everyone. Okay, the time is currently 9 a.m. and it is Tuesday, January 14th, and we are here for a regularly scheduled BOCC meeting, the first one of the year, so Happy New Year, everyone. And I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We do have an invocation to start out with, which is our youth pastor, Sam Geckler from Cornerstone Baptist. Pastor Geckler. Okay, not seeing the pastor here today, so if you'll all just take a few moments of silence this morning. Are you Pastor Geckler? Come on up and lead us in invocation this morning.
Sorry, folks.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Let's have a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you so much for this opportunity to be here this morning and discuss some issues for our community and our county. And Lord, I pray that you would just bless. I pray that you would give clarity of thought and discussion as we look over these things. And Lord, I pray that you would meet with us. Lord, help us to put aside things that we may think best for ourselves and to look at what is best for our community. Lord, I pray that you would bless it, meet with each and every person that is here, Lord, and that we would carefully consider the issues that will be represented today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, if you'll all stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, if you are able. Wonderful, thank you. April, if you will go ahead and roll call the commission for determination of quorum this morning.
Commissioner Gameros,
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Present.
Chair Shajo Hernandez.
Here, we do have quorum and everyone present. And I just wanted to say welcome to our newest elected commissioner, Ms. Gameros. This is your first meeting, and welcome to the party, if you will. So congratulations. I don't know if you want to take a couple minutes to say anything if you'd like.
Thank you for welcoming me, and I'm excited to be a part of this wonderful team here, and I look forward to a great new year here. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. The first item on the agenda today is going to be to elect the chairperson and the vice chairperson of the Board of County Commissioners of Doña County for the calendar year 2025. In the past, we've always done the election of the chair first and the switch of roles, and then that chairperson would elect the vice chair. Is there any other comments on this before we start? Okay. Do we have a motion to open the nominations?
So moved.
Second.
Do we need a motion to open
I don't think so. I think you just open up the nomination for chair.
Okay,
and then
cool.
we can put forward any nominations, and then we vote on those that were nominated.
We can do that then. Do we have a nomination for chair for this year?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put your name forward as a second year as chairman.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion for myself and a second for myself, and I accept. I would definitely like another year's chair to continue the work that we're doing, so I appreciate that. Do we have a second nomination?
Mr. Chair, would like to nominate Commissioner Reynolds.
Okay, we have a nomination of Commissioner Reynolds.
Does that need a second?
I don't think it needs a second.
I don't think so
I
either.
think it just needs a nomination.
So I thought.
Okay, any others? Okay, so we do have two names put forward, which is myself and Commissioner Reynolds. April, if you will roll call the commission and they will give you the name of their person.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
I will vote for myself.
Commissioner Gameros,
Commissioner Reynolds,
Commissioner Reynolds,
Myself.
Commissioner Chaparro,
I vote for Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
and Commissioner Sanchez.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will continue as chair for this year. Thank you. Moving on, we will have nominations for vice chairperson for the calendar year 2025. I'll open up the floor for any nominations. I would like to nominate Commissioner Chapato for vice chair.
And I'll second that for myself.
Okay. Any other nominations? Seeing none, April, if you will just roll call us on Commissioner Chapato.
So Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Chapato, yes.
Commissioner Gameros,
Commissioner Chaparro, yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
I'll abstain.
Commissioner Chaparro,
I vote for myself, Commissioner Chaparro.
and Commissioner Sanchez.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Okay. And Commissioner Chapato, you will be the vice chair for this calendar year. Congratulations. You want a picture? We can do it later. Let's just keep rolling, rocking and rolling. Jonathan, can you help Commissioner Chapato with that one? Thank you, sir. Okay, with that being said, County Manager Andrews, do we have any changes to the agenda today?
Yes, sir, Chair. The team would like for items 28, 29, and 30 to be moved before 25, if possible.
Okay, so we're under hearings and ordinances, items number 28, 29, and 30, which are all the IRBs, the industrial revenue bonds. We're going to move those up before item 25, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Commissioner Chapato?
She was going to ask, can we consider or just get an idea of how many people are here for the Alta Mesa item so we can move that item on the agenda as necessary?
4.
Show of hands, please. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Are we needing to move that?
To before 25 maybe, and that's my suggestion. Mr. Chair,
Okay. So we're being asked to move item number 27 up as well? Do we believe that items 25 and 26 are going to take long today?
I hope not, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner?
I believe there are some people who are planning to attend later in the meeting due to the item being on the agenda so far down. So we may want to consider waiting at least until 10 o'clock to reconfirm that everyone is here.
Okay. I'm good with either one. If we would just want to move on as such, and if we come up to a time crunch and the individual needs to leave early, I know that Ms. Ainsworth was hoping to move the IRBs up. So if we're under a time constraint, we'll definitely consider those. But I don't see any issues with that. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move on to, okay, we'll move on to consent agenda. The Board of will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of reoccurring or routine business. And we do have items number 2 through 16 that we will be considering today. Commissioners, do we have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
so moved.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Chapato.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any discussions, comments, questions, or concerns?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds?
item number 11, is it the formatting of the item is not consistent with the rest of the items? The amount, 1,700,000 is actually missing a dollar sign. The rest of them have it, so I think for consistency, I'd like to make sure that gets done.
Okay. Heard, and we will get that changed on the minutes. April, if you'll just make a note to add the dollar sign on item number 11, please. Any other comments or questions, commissioners? Seeing none, April, if you'll go ahead and roll call the commission on the approval of the consent agenda in its entirety.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
April, if you'll end with the vice chair and the chair and start with the other commissioners, please.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes?
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes?
and Vice Chair Chaparro.
Yes.
Okay, consent agenda is approved. Moving on, we do have our pet showcase, which, do we have anything
Chair
today?
Shaljo Hernandez,
Pardon?
we have what? We have the resolution numbers.
Pet showcase is next after consent agenda. Oh, sorry, April, go ahead with the resolution numbers. I apologize.
Okay, so item number 1, we have resolution number, I'm sorry. Item number 2, we have resolution number 2025-1. Item number 3, resolution number 2025-2. Number 4, we have resolution number 2025-3. For item number 6, we have resolution number 2025-4. Number 7, resolution number 2025-5. Number 8, we have resolution number 2025-6. Number 9, we have resolution number 2025-7. Number 10, resolution number 2025-8. Number 11, we have resolution number 2025-9. Number 12, resolution number 2025-10. Number 13, resolution number 2025-11. Number 14, we have resolution number 2025-12. Number 15, resolution number 2025-13. Number 16, resolution number 2025-14.
Mr. Chair.
And that'll be it.
Thank you, April. Yes, Vice Chair.
I believe that some of these are not resolutions. For example, number 3 is to accept a appropriation, so that would not require a resolution number. And so if we can just go back and
Commissioner Chaparro, that one has a budget revision and resolution. It's just not on the title, I was told.
you're right, there is a revision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, April, for that. We'll move on to pet showcase. County Manager, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, I will humbly ask if we remove this item in the future. As much as I love pets, and my wife would love me to get rid of some of my pets at home, this is something we're going to celebrate differently in the future. So I would like the board to help me consider something different, and we have nothing for pet showcase, sir.
Wonderful, thank you, sir. Moving on, we do have our employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And it looks like we have our Assistant County Manager, Deb Weir, here today to join us. And I know that we also have a video as well to go over those individuals. So Deb, go ahead and take it away for us.
Good morning. If I could please have Captain Ramos join me up front. Today, we are recognizing 22 years of service and Captain Ramos' retirement. Captain Ramos joined Doña County in May of 2002 as a patrol deputy in the Patrol Division. In 2003, he became a member of the Crime Scene Unit where he assisted in criminal investigations. He was promoted to detective in the Criminal Investigations Division in 2006, and then to sergeant in February of 2007, assigned to the Patrol Division. In 2012, Captain Ramos became a sergeant assigned to District's Court Security and Transport Division, where he managed court security deputies and personnel assignments. In 2014, he became certified as a crisis negotiator, helping with hostage or barricaded subject situations. He returned to the Patrol Division in 2016. 2 years later, he was promoted to lieutenant in June 2018 and reassigned to District Court Security Transport Division. In June 2021, he was promoted to captain and reassigned to the Patrol Division as its supervisor. His last assignment before retirement was supervising the training division, which consisted of the Sheriff's Academy and all required DASO training. His biggest accomplishments are his bachelor's and master's degrees in criminal justice from NMSU. Captain Ramos is an innovative thinker who strived to improve the work environment at DASO and is proud to have had the opportunity to make a positive difference and to have been of service to the community. He recognizes his wife and 3 daughters for their significant support throughout his career. In retirement, he is likely to spend more time tending his cacti garden and watching the Phoenix Suns in action as an all-star season ticket holder for the last 20 years. Please join us in thanking Captain Sam Ramos for 22 years of dedicated service to the residents of Doña County.
And Mr. Chair, after the photo, I'd like to say a couple of things.
Yeah, of course. You want to come up? Let's do it. I feel like a zookeeper. Like, come on up and pet the horse. Like, honestly, yeah. Photos are awkward. They are. It's going to be awkward or uneven no matter what we do.
If you want us to move, we can move.
Yeah, let's separate and then like, yeah, let's break it up, break it up, break it up, break it up.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah, new year. Captain. Go, scoot this way, scoot that way, scoot that way. We're breaking up the seal. We're not covering the seal.
Oh, okay. You want us to move up?
If you guys would like.
Because you're going to have a glare.
You guys could be all right. You guys are fine. Reynolds, let's scoot this way. No. Stay right there. Scoot tighter to Mr. Seljan.
Okay.
There you go. Closer, closer, closer.
No personal space on this
Yeah,
side.
scoot in a little bit. Thank you. All right. And ma'am, let's have you switch.
Me and him switch?
JC Penney's, do you want my like this
Oh,
one?
then they-
Okay.
All right, tighter this way. Mr. Maros, that way. There you go.
I'm sorry, I can't-
We're just making a gap.
I can't hear you. I have a cold, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, photo 3, 2, 1. Excellent. All that.
Wow. Thank you so much. It was good to see you. Congratulations again. Okay, congratulations again. Vice Chair Chapato, I know you wanted to say a couple words.
I do. Where did he go? Where did the captain go? Oh, there he is. Captain Ramos, if you'll come up, please. Captain, I have known you many years, and I just wanted to let you know how blessed I am to have known you. I known you since you first became a deputy, and then you moved over to court security, and we worked together for many, many years. I appreciate your professionalism. I appreciate the times that you watched out for all of us. And there was one particular incident in a courtroom that I recall where we had a defendant that was so out of control that you and Deputy Guzman had to wrestle him to the ground, and he was trying to take weapons away. And I was shocked for a little bit, but then I realized that you were in the courtroom. And I immediately felt safe because I knew that you wouldn't let anything happen to any of us in that courtroom. So thank you for your years of service. Thank you for serving in such a great manner. And thank you for your friendship. And may God bless you on your endeavors.
Wonderful, thank you, and congratulations again. Ms. Weir?
And as you'll recall, we changed up our service awards a little bit, so if we could get the video up, we have 2 additional recognitions. The first one we'll recognize is Elise Kraus-Campana for 10 years of service with the Engineering and Roads Department. So please thank Elise for her service, and she will be celebrating with her department. The second recognition we have is Mr. Jeff Abruzzi from the Information Technology Department, and we would like to thank him for his 20 years of service to Doña County. Thanks.
Okay, thank you and congratulations to everyone. Okay, moving on, we do have 2 proclamations this morning, which the first one is item number 17, which is to proclaim the month of January as Youth Mentoring Month in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I will second it. So we have a motion by Vice Chair and a second by myself. And we have our Assistant County Manager, Mr. Macias, to help us with the proclamation today.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we have representatives from the community here, specifically FYI Plus. Would you like to invite them to come up, or would you like me to read?
Yeah, come on up.
And other youth mentors in the community. Please feel free to introduce yourselves at the... Sure. Let's go ahead and stand here. Joseph.
Do we get it?
Yeah, we're gonna.
I feel like I'm in church.
Go ahead and have 2 rows if you guys don't mind, so everyone who's tall get in the back. All of our tall people in the back, and then our shorter people in the front, if you guys don't mind.
That's you, go ahead.
I know, right?
I'm gonna go ahead and have, come on this side, if you don't mind.
Oh, man.
Everybody's so much taller than me.
I smashed my finger with the cardboard, and it just popped off my nail.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair Sheljo.
Good morning.
Vice Chair. Good morning, Commissioners, County Manager Scott Andrews, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about Youth Mentoring Month and the importance of mentorship in our community. This month is a time to recognize the powerful role mentors play in shaping the lives of our youth, ensuring that no young person has to navigate the challenges of growing up alone. The data speaks for itself. According to the Doña County Community Survey, 25% of respondents reported needing youth mentoring services, and many indicated difficulties in assessing these vital programs. The highlights a critical gap in our support system, one that mentoring programs can help bridge. Research also tells us that mentored youth are more likely to succeed academically, build self-confidence, and make healthier life choices. To celebrate and promote mentorship, we have organized several events throughout January. We have many of the mentoring programs here today, like Families and Youth Innovation Plus, Boys and Girls Club, La Vida, DAVA, did I miss anybody? Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, Kids Can, so many of these folks that work tirelessly every day to make the lives of mentees better. On January 14th is Thank Your Mentor Day, which is today. So it's a day really to reflect on and appreciate the mentors who have made a difference in our lives, and also to recruit mentors to become mentors. We have a number of children and youth that have been waiting for over a year. And I'm sure that breaks your heart. It broke mine. So we're really encouraging those in the audience, commissioners, to become a mentor. January 17th is International Mentoring Day, a global celebration of mentorship's impact across the world. January 23rd, Youth Voice Day, an opportunity to elevate the voices of our youth and listen to their perspectives. January 27th, Thank Your Mentee Day, a reminder to appreciate and support the young people we mentor. I encourage everyone in Doña County to participate in these events, whether by showing gratitude to a mentor or taking the first step to become one. By investing in our youth through mentoring, we are investing in the future of our county. Thank you so much, commissioners, county manager, and staff for your continued leadership and are recognizing the importance of fostering resilience and growth in our next generation. Together, let us work to ensure every young person has the support and guidance they need to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Does any other programs want to come and say anything? Yes, come. Yes, yes. So glad. Can I speak forward?
Whenever you address, you have to address the commission. Thank you, though.
Thank you for recognizing Mentoring Month. I would really appreciate that. And I just wanted to say, it takes a village to raise our youth. So I really challenge or ask everyone in our community to take the time to look at all these programs that we have and spend time to give back to our youth, to help our youth, to be that one person that is an extra support, a friend to a youth that could change their lives, open up and give them new experiences. It doesn't take much of your time. It'll take, you go out to lunch with a friend, then that's the time that it would take for you to spend with the youth, and the youth would experience, and you can help them and give them from your experiences that you have had as well. So our youth are really struggling these days. So I would really, really ask that you think of that. Or if you have or know of anybody that might be a good mentor, please reach out to our programs and help our youth in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any comments before we read the proclamation?
I just have a question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Of course, Vice Chair.
I'd like to know the age group of the youth that are proposed to be mentored. Is it teenagers or elementary school or high schoolers?
If you can just join us at the mic to answer that for us.
So in our program, I am from Big Brothers Big Sisters, so we help children ages 5 all the way up to 17. And we put 17 because it takes at least a year. Once they're 18, they graduate from their school, and they themselves can be mentors once they're 18 and out in the community. We do run a high school program, so we have high school students mentoring our elementary students.
Awesome. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Macias, if you'll go ahead and read that proclamation for us, please.
Of course. Thank you, Chair. National Youth Mentoring Month is an annual campaign to raise awareness of and celebrate the powerful impact of mentoring relationships, recruiting new mentors, and encourage institutions to integrate quality mentoring in their policies, practices. And whereas mentoring programs generally have a significant positive impact on youth academic achievement, school connectedness and engagement, and educational success, which can lead to outcomes such as improved attendance, grades and test scores, and classroom behavior. And whereas effective mentoring of underserved and vulnerable populations of young people help them confront challenges and enjoy improved mental health and socio-emotional well-being. And whereas, despite the benefits of mentoring, 1 young person of every 3 is growing up without a mentor, which means 1/3 of the youth of the United States are growing up without somebody outside of the home to offer real-life guidance and support. And whereas this mentoring gap demonstrates the need for collaboration among the private, public, and nonprofit sectors to increase resources for relationship-centric support for youth in communities, schools, and workplaces. And whereas the county recognizes the contributions of volunteers, mentors in the following programs: Kids Can, a program entitled Community Action Agency of Southern New Mexico, the Boys and Girls Club of Las Cruces, Big Brothers Big Sisters Mountain Region, FYI Plus, the Doña Village Association, Greatest Factor, LLC, and Cruces Creative, who links youth to economic and social opportunity while also strengthening our community. Now therefore, Scott Andrews, County Manager of Doña County, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2025 to be National Youth Mentoring Month in Doña County.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments, commissioners? Seeing none, April, if you'll roll call the commission on the approval of the resolution, please.
Commissioner Galmeros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations on your proclamation. Okay, moving on, we do have another proclamation, item number 18, which is to proclaim January 20th of 2025 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval. Sanchez.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez
Second.
and a second by Vice Chair Chaparro. Do we have anyone for the Martin Luther King proclamation? Come on up. Welcome.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chair Shaljo, Chair Chaparro, Commissioner Reynolds, Sanchez, Gameros. It is an honor to be here today, and I appreciate that we have received proclamations and support from this board for many years now, and that is wonderful. We're grateful for that. I think about the words of Charles Dickens back in the 14th century. It was the best of times. You know where I'm going. It was the worst of times. But the rest of that phrase, it was the age of wisdom and it was the age of foolishness. And so I think we can all relate to the challenges that we are facing as a nation, as a county, as a city. But the good news is that we have the opportunity, a unique opportunity, to show what it really means to be loved, to give love, to receive love. That's what we need to be doing. So anyway, Martin Luther King Day 2025 is Monday. And as usual, we're having the breakfast. And thank you for your support, financial support, and purchasing a table. I believe most of you, if not all of you, will be there. If you haven't been invited, allow me to invite you right now. So our theme is Mission Impossible this year because we're facing some very difficult challenges. We've got homelessness, we've got immigration, the threat of deportation for many of our citizens who've been here and have never been where, to the place they're the potential deportation. So we have a lot of work to do, but the good news is that I can rely upon the wonderful support, and I can reach out. I know most of you very well, and I consider you my friends, except for you, Chris. I don't. No, just kidding. We are grateful, and I am so proud of the Board of Commissioners for the work that you do. Sometimes it's unappreciated, and sometimes it's downright troubling. But through it all, we as a people, as Dr. King said, we will overcome, and we will be successful. And that is why this is one of the best of times, because we have the opportunity to show how strong and how powerful it is for us to work together. I'm so grateful, and I thank you for the proclamation. I thank you for the support, and Godspeed to all of you, because you're doing a wonderful work.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments before we have the proclamation read? None. It's always great to see you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course. Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Green, you know that I really appreciate what your organization does. And I think it's also important to point out that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People also recognizes all challenges that we have with every race and welcomes everyone to the organization and supports the challenges we all face every day for prejudice, lack of support, lack of understanding. And I think the education and the representation that you provide in this community is phenomenal. And I want to thank you for your 15, 20, 30 years. I can't tell how old you are. I'm sure you're only like 10
I'm not going to tell you either.
As I want to thank you for your dedication and service in this community for the last whatever number of years. And I think you are a hallmark and a beacon for everyone who's interested in fairness, equality, and equal representation in this environment. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, of course.
Dr. Green, I want to reiterate some of the comments that my fellow Commissioner Reynolds has said. I know you, as well as the NAACP, have been committed to many causes here in Doña County. We appreciate partnering every year with you all, and especially for the upcoming breakfast. I know you have some of the most amazing inspirational speakers, and we, every time you go and be there to listen and the messaging, and it's so amazing to be a part of it. And so we appreciate you putting on the event, appreciate you honoring Dr. King. And I think the only thing I always like to mention, and I've always been, is about Dr. King, is the many efforts he made to better the lives of all Americans. And I think it's so easy for people to always look at what he did for civil rights. But, at the time that he was assassinated, he was fighting for workers' rights. And that's one of the things that I feel like so many people don't often hear, is that Dr. King's message was applicable to everybody, to all workers, those that were in most need across the nation. And so I appreciate everything that you do to continue to honor that, to educate us, and I look forward to continuing to partner with you all for many, many years, and I look forward to the breakfast. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't mention our keynote speaker for this year. His name is Patrick Stewart. He is the new Vice President of the NMSU Foundation, Philanthropy and Alumni Relations. Philanthropy is what we need now. I watched the news about what's going on in Los Angeles with the fires, and the Santa Anita racetrack, which I've been to a few times, is now turned into a donation center. And there were hundreds of cases of water and toys and perishable and non-perishable food and things that the public got together and donated to those people who are in distress right now because of the wildfires that are going on in really beautiful neighborhoods, or used to be beautiful neighborhoods. So I've seen the generosity and the philanthropy, and when you hear from our guest speaker, who is new to the area, you will enjoy what he has, because he's all about philanthropy. And I am too, because we've got to give to those who need it. I wish I could, do more right now for the people in Los Angeles and in Southern California. But we have to understand that we have issues here too, and we've got to deal with those issues in 2025. So thank you, Chair Sanchez, for the wonderful words, and Commissioner Reynolds. It's an honor. It really is an honor.
Thank you. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Macias, if you'll go ahead and read the proclamation for us.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Green. As we endeavor to achieve the impossible in our community. Whereas today we want to reflect on the life and legacy of Baptist minister and social rights activist Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who is best known for taking to the steps of the Lincoln Memorial to share his vision of an America lifted from the, quote, quicksands of the racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. And whereas his extraordinary message in August 1963 inspired a generation into action, including people of every race and creed, by the power of his words and the nonviolent resistance. They conducted protests, civil disobedience, and organized to promote change, fighting for dignity, equality, jobs, and citizenship for Black men and women. And whereas he organized and staged countless marches and boycotts and was recognized worldwide, becoming the youngest recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964. While we reflect on the progress made in pursuit of civil rights, we also recognize Dr. King's work in advocating for nonviolent methods of protest is not yet done. And whereas each of us can contribute to a more harmonious world through our working relationships, how we show up for our community, teaching moments with our children, friends, and family, as well as enact policies and establish systems. And whereas in honor of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s work, we encourage all residents to engage in a meaningful activity such as the MLK 2025 weekend hosted by the Doña County NAACP branch, and as an opportunity for reflection, service, and commitment to the ideals of justice, equality, and unity. Now therefore, Scott Andrews, County Manager of Doña County, to hereby proclaim the 20th day of January to be Martin Luther King Day Jr.
Thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm grateful.
April, if you'll go ahead and roll call the commission for me, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations. Or you can come on up. You don't want to come up by us? That's fine. Yeah, come on. Go that way. It's shorter.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Bobby Green. I don't want to get you sick. Oh, I had it already.
Oh, here, Bobby, get in the middle. Yeah, in the middle. We want you in the middle. Cool, thank you. Yes. No, we're working on it. Great. Thank you all. Thank you. It's good to see you, Bobby. Moving on, we do have public input, where any member of the public is welcome to address the commission. I will give a fair warning if there's any item on the agenda that you would like to speak on, if you will please wait until that item comes up. If not, come on and join us up front to the podium where you can address us. We'll give you 3 minutes. And there's a white book to your left. If you can please sign that after you address the commission, and just state your name for us as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I feel kind of guilty because I've been enjoying what most people haven't been saying here, and kind of like I really feel like a party pooper because of what I have to say. And I got it written down, and I don't know if I can get it down in 3 minutes, but I'll give my best. I'm here to tell you of the nonsense I have faced and still facing. There are attempts. There was an attempt on my life. My children have been hurt, damage to my property, poisoning of my dog. The nonsense started here at the Doña County building. The people that were involved were former county commissioner David Garcia, former county treasurer, my neighbor, Jim Schoonover, Sheriff Kim Stewart, her kin. The following are details of how the nonsense got started, and it did started a long time ago. Around 1968, 69, my father bought a house from Lencho Signs. After the house was paid for and we'd done improvements on the house, Lencho wanted the house back, but my father refused to sell the house back to him. So he unleashed violence against me. Some 30 years later, I was working as a teacher, and my assistant principal was Maria Signs, kin to Lencho Signs. Then she was elected to the school board. She used both positions to create problems for me, and she was kin, I already said that, to Lencho Signs. Maria Signs and David Garcia were in the school board. They were school board members at the same time. And my principal is David Garcia's kin. My principal was losing control of his school due to his misconduct, so he blamed me for the problems he created. Later, David Garcia was elected to the Doña County Commissioner's position, and he had a plan to get even with me with the untrue smack his kin, my principal, told him. Mr. Garcia's plan was to remove Enrique Gonzalez and insert Kim Stewart to the position. Kim Stewart is related to Lencho Signs and Maria Signs. Dr. David Garcia is associated with Stewart's kin. Former Las Cruces Police Department and former Mayor Ken Miyagashima met with Kim Stewart at the Doña County building. I believe Sheriff Stewart influenced Mayor Miyagashima and the Las Cruces Police Department to have me shot in my own driveway because there is no past history between the former mayor and the former chief of police. Dr. David Garcia and Jim Schoonover were Doña County building. Let me see here. Dr. David Garcia and Jim Schoonover were Doña County building treasurer
Sir?
Yes.
So we do have the 3-minute time limit, but if you have something written down, if you can please hand it to Mr. Macias right here. He can copy it, and if you'll write your contact information down, he can distribute it to the commissioners. So we'll have it in writing for you.
I need about 20 seconds.
Okay, go ahead, sir. 20 seconds.
Going over at the same time. Now I'm telling how Jim Schooner was involved in the shooting. Now I can tell how Jim Schooner was involved in the shooting. Furthermore, believe Jim Schooner is still manipulating county politics and neighborhood politics, which has made my life hard. Solution, and this is what I'm asking for monetary compensation because I have gone through a lot. The bullet, when I was in my driveway, I felt the air going here and then right there. So I would have been shot. I would have died instantaneously. And that's all I got to say. I can give you more details if you wish.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Do you just want, I made extra copies.
Thank you. Did he sign? Sir, if you can sign into the book to your, oh, he did. Perfect. Thank you. Come on up, sir.
Good morning. Happy
Good morning.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
The year of our Lord 2025, our Lord being Jesus, continuing on with my Christmas topic. So how did a mere man get such press? Or even better yet, how did a mere man get a whole calendar system after him? So he either is who he says he was, the Son of God, he's a liar or a lunatic, and there's nothing in the early writings to indicate either one of the latter. Shifting gears to the year of our Lord 1787, September 17th, Independence Hall was a vote for our U.S. Constitution. At the end of that, Benjamin Franklin came out and a woman confronted him and said, "Mr. Franklin, what have you given us? A monarchy or a republic?" And his response was, "A republic if you can keep it." Making it very simple that we do not have a democracy but a republic, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic, not a democracy, to the republic for which it stands. Very simple. Thank you, and Happy New Year again.
Happy New Year. Good morning.
Good morning. I am Lynn Moorer. I practiced environmental law in Nebraska for many years, then relocated to Las Cruces 10 years ago to take care of my parents. Some of you may know that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency issued a new lead and copper rule last October, which requires water agencies to see to it that all piping made from lead is removed within 10 years. If you live within Las Cruces city limits, you might have received a letter like this in mid-October. I provided the copies to assistant manager here. I received this letter from Las Cruces Utilities telling me that the agency does not know what my service line pipes are made of and that I'm responsible for replacing any lead or galvanized pipe on my property. It then directs me to determine the material the service line is made of on my property. All but one of you, I think, have constituents who are located just outside the city limits who receive their water from the city. This means that they are as affected by the decisions by Las Cruces Utilities on this issue as those who live within the city limits. It appears that the city may not have sent this letter to folks who are just outside the city limits, and it's unclear why. I'm here today to ask your help in representing the interests of your constituents who receive their water from the city but don't have a city councilor because their property lies just outside the city limits. There are numerous concerns and unanswered questions. The city council held a truncated briefing at a meeting in mid-November in which a city staffer mainly talked about how to look inside a water meter box. There was no opportunity for questions or comments from the public. A group of citizens has been asking for a public hearing at a city council meeting, which is live streamed and recorded, just like your meetings are, with ample opportunity for questions and comments from the public, which occurs immediately after a thorough briefing from city staff and whatever experts they consult. To date, there has not been an adequate response to our request. Concerns and unanswered questions include: the letter is largely in English, with only 2 sentences in Spanish, instructing Spanish speakers to call a number. Both this letter and the city's website need to be both in Spanish and English. It appears that the city is using an inadequate technique to determine the nature of the pipes. This is based on research regarding what licensed plumbers in Las Cruces tell us and methods other cities in the Southwest are using. We need to know the extent of city-owned pipes, which feed water then into the private pipes that they're asking us to replace. And we need to know what funding is available to help low-income folks who cannot afford to replace lead piping on their property. So I ask you all to lend your collective voice to our effort and ask the city council, by whatever means you deem most effective, for a public briefing at a city council meeting I've described. That could really help. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very kindly.
Will you just make sure to sign in the book to the left?
Yes, I will,
Thank you so
Mr. Chair.
much.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. It's good to see the old faces and new faces for the new year. And you also have many old faces and new faces coming to you at this time. I'd like to start out the year correctly, if I may. So I'd like to give you all an encouragement to see further, to separate words from actions, to have the wisdom to see what is wrong, and the proper corrections for those, to maintain the purpose of the government, to serve and execute justice, maintain the public peace and order, protect the freedoms and general welfare of the citizens of the county. So my blessing on you all today. May you all here see God and his works more and more this year, and may he give you wisdom to overcome the challenges that will come. Because as we've seen already in public comments, there are many challenges. And I thank you all and have a great day.
Thank you. Any other public comment this morning? Seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to staff input. County Manager?
Thank you, sir. It's a real big week for us here and staff side. We have a strategic plan kickoff tomorrow, and we have at least 100 staff members coming there. We're also recording and sharing that with the rest of the team. So it's a big deal for us. This will be our playbook, our marching orders, and what we'll work off of for the next 5 years. So really excited about that, as well as our assistant county manager interviews will be taking place this week. And then we have legislative session next week, so we'll be actively lobbying on part of our constituents in Santa Fe. So big week there. And speaking of lobbyists, I actually have our new lobbyist on the line. I'd like to forego the rest of my time and turn that over to Randy Valverde.
Thank you, County Manager Andrews, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm really excited to introduce myself to you all. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person today. We're fully booked trying to get ready for the session coming up, but I do look forward to meeting with you in person very soon. I actually was born and raised in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I went to NMSU where I got a bachelor's degree in 2006 in government. I also got an honors thesis in law and society, And I would have stayed there for law school if NMSU had one, but I was forced to travel north, and I got a law degree in 2009 from UNM. I practiced law in private practice, mostly focused on employment defense for approximately 14 or 15 years. During that time, I did a stint for about 3 years as general counsel at the state personnel office. And I was also serving as a human rights commissioner for approximately 6 years. So that's just a little bit about myself. About 7 or 8 years ago, when I was in private practice, I had the opportunity to start lobbying, which I view as a very different kind of advocacy and that I love. And during that time, I met Ricky Lee Chavez, my law partner, and joined her firm in 2023. Capital Counsel and Consulting, and I'm not sure if she's on the line. Ricky, are you here? Not sure.
Yes, I'm here. Go ahead, Randy.
Okay. It was founded in 2019, and we have had the fortune to represent many great clients. We're extremely honored to represent the county in the upcoming session. And I don't know, Ricky Lee, if you want to say a little bit about your background and add to the background on the firm.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commission and Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Ricky Lee Chavez. I'm from Tierra Maria, New Mexico, so the opposite end of the state, and I was fortunate to meet in the middle with Randy Valverde and start this practice. We have been doing lobbying for over 10 years. We have a myriad of practice areas. We have had the privilege to represent so many great entities, and it's just amazing that now we have the opportunity to represent the county. I also am a lawyer by trade and have worked in this space. Before working as a lobbyist, I also had the opportunity to work in the legislature for the Senate majority, and I did a lot of their public relations, their messaging, their policy initiatives, and so it's just great to also be on this side. And we're happy to answer any questions about our previous practice or specific questions to the 2025 upcoming session.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate both of you joining us and hope to meet you really soon when we're up in Santa Fe, possibly next week. Commissioners, do you, or
No, I just had one more quick staff update after.
Oh, of course. County Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions really quick while we have them on the line?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a comment. I think I'm excited to be moving forward with our new lobbyists. I think one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is hopefully having continued updates through the process, understanding and also communicating what it is their strategy is going to be, especially with our other elected officials. And also, you know, even while we are up in Santa Fe, advocating as well, I think just understanding how we can add our voices lended to making sure we have the right discussions with the right people and hopefully continue to advocate for our needs here in Doña County in southern New Mexico.
Perfect. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair.
Of course, Vice Chair.
I just look forward to meeting your group, and I'd like to invite you to Las Cruces to meet with the staff because I think it's going to be very important for you to know our elected officials and also our department heads. Thank you.
Perfect. Wonderful. Anything else, Commissioners? Seeing none, thank you so much, both Randy and Ricky, for joining us today. We'll see you up there shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we do have another staff input update.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Deb Weir from the County Manager's Office. And I am here today just to give a couple brief updates about activities within HHS. They held 7 winter celebrations this year with 433 guests. And we wanted to extend a special thank you to Commissioner Reynolds, who was Santa Claus at each of our events. And the kids really enjoyed that. So we appreciate your time and your willingness to do that. The other update I have is for the Crisis Triage Center, which opened on January 1st. We will be having the reopening ceremony this Friday, the 17th at 2 p.m. And they have already had 23 guests in the first couple of weeks, which is on track with the number of guests that they had after one full year of activity with the previous provider. So we want to get word out that it is now open and available and celebrate that reopening for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. That is absolutely fantastic news. We're definitely outpacing that average of 7 guests a week. So I am all about this today. Perfect. Okay, moving on to county elected officials' input. If any county elected official would like to give input, please join us.
Good morning, Chair Shalda Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, Cameros, welcome and congratulations. Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor here at Doña County, accompanied by Mr. Ruben Reyes, Chief Deputy Assessor. I just wanted to inform people as we'd like to come and let them know what our office is currently up to. We are wrapping up the 24 season, preparing for NOVs, which should be mailed out by April 1st, 2025. Our appraisal staff continue to work on sales and valuing. Our front office staff is currently working on business personal property forms, which were mailed out January the 1st, and they are being returned to our office and need to be returned by February the 28th. Also, owners of manufactured homes, don't forget to render your manufactured homes by February the 28th. And then we also are currently working on exemptions, whether it's a veteran exemption, head of household, or valuation freeze. The voters of Las Cruces of Doña County did vote last year in reference to giving the exemption from $4,000 to $10,000. We do have a lot of customers, veterans, who are reaching out to our office wondering when that will take place. We just wanted to let them know that is not a decision by any assessor's office nor myself. This is something that will be at the legislative level. They will vote on it and they will determine when this takes place. So just thank you to the veterans for their service. We are grateful and appreciate everything they have done for us and our country. However, that is not a decision that we or any assessor in the state of New Mexico make the decision on when that change will happen. And I think that is it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Madam Assessor, good morning.
Morning.
Deputy Assessor, good morning. Happy New Year. So, Madam Assessor, I received in the mail a form to fill out for business property. And so would you kindly explain that for the folks that are listening so that I'm sure your explanation is better than mine.
No,
Thank
and
you.
I'll go to that, Mr. Reyes.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Vice Chair. To answer your question, the personal business property report is a rendition of what it takes to operate the business, any equipment that you have, any depreciating assets that you list on your income tax forms. That's what it is. We send out these forms every year, so we'll know who's in business, who's depreciated out, and we get the right tax amounts for personal business properties within the county. So these renditions are done every year. They get mailed out in December by January 1st, and then the constituents have till February 28th to render those forms. If they don't render by February 28th, there will be a 5% penalty fee added to the tax amount when bills come out. And like I said, a lot of businesses will come in and say, well, we don't have any assets. You still have to sign saying that you're in business, but you have no depreciating assets. So it's still a form that you have to render whether you have assets or not.
Thank you so much.
Oh, excuse me. We also do the same thing for livestock. A lot of people are unaware that livestock has to be rendered. So we send out these business personal property forms for livestock as well. So again, the same rules apply. You need to let us know whether you have livestock or you moved all your livestock out. And again, it's due by the 28th of February. So please get those forms in if you have any of these conditions that are met or criteria.
Even if you have one cow?
Yeah, or one chicken.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other elected official input?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Chair, Commission, wanted to wish you all a happy new year, but also welcome Commissioner Gameros. Looking forward to working with you, and myself and our office are happy to give you a tour of what we do and welcome you properly. We have great potlucks, just so you know. So welcome. I also wanted to let you all know that I will be at the legislative session off and on advocating for some things connected to elections. I also hope this new year brings about a really thoughtful way that we support our staff and employees and continue to be as innovative as we can be. I will always continue to promote maybe possibly a daycare for our county. I can't think of many things that would motivate people to stay and being able to see their children before they head to work during lunchtime and to pick them up, take them 5 minutes. So please keep that in mind as we move forward. I think that's something that everybody can get behind, and I believe that we are smart enough to figure out how to do it. So Happy New Year to everyone, and I look forward to a very prosperous and successful 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other elected official input? Moving on, we'll go to commission input. If any commissioner would like to give input. Commissioner Sanchez, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I have a few items. First, I'd like to comment, or at least add on, I know we had public comment by Ms. Moore talking about the lead pipes and the work that's being done by Las Cruces Utilities. I know, aside from the fact that I happened to catch it on the news of what's been going on, and I think there's a lot of press and concern always about what's going on with the water supply here in Doña County. Given the fact that the city of Las Cruces and their utilities does provide service to those in the county, I don't know if there might be a way for us to be able to get more information as a county. And then also, I think while I'm not, personally affected, like I said, I know residents in my district are, and I don't know whether there might be another opportunity for the city of Las Cruces to do something to have another open session or a work session, a public information session, something of that nature that for those that may not have made the first one could be able to participate in the second, as well as verify that those that work or live outside the county might be, make sure they were notified. I think my concern is the fact that those residents that live outside the city technically are not represented at all on the city council. So I want to make sure that that happens. So I don't know if we might be able to work with that, Dr. Andrews. The second item, as Ms. Weir had talked about with the opening of the triage center, I would love for us to set up some regular intervals for us to be able to get updates on the triage center, what's going on. I think one of the things that we had mentioned when it first opened was trying to make sure that there was advertisements or something to make sure that the community knows that the service is there, that we're open and wanting to help those in the community that are needed, as well as informing them of the 988 system. So I'd like to understand better what the strategy is and how we're gonna continue to do that and see how we progress through the year. So if we needed to potentially look at making any course corrections or changes or updates and such, then I'd love to be able to get that. The last item, I did want to invite the public. We've had an email to the distribution group, as well as a post, an event on our Facebook page for a meeting on Thursday, 6 p.m. here at the Commission Chambers regarding the Salem Colony Park. The next step from when we had a public meeting earlier or in the middle of last year was to discuss, get a traffic impact study and environmental impact study performed. Those are done. We want to share those with the public. That's as of right now, that's the only other items that have been done since then, but it was an important piece of the design process, which we were funded for. And so we wanted to make sure that we could share that with the public. So again, that's Thursday evening here in County Commission Chambers, 845 North Motel Boulevard. We will have it here. I believe we will have it streamed and recorded. So if you can't make it here, you can still see the presentation. And if you do have any other questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself or your commissioner or the county staff. Like I said, we want to try to make sure we provide that information, make sure that we are getting notice out for the public of that meeting as we kind of continue to try to find the best ways to push information out to the general public. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other commission input?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Gameros. I would just like to welcome you to the commission, and I know that all of us will do our best to help you in whatever way you need.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Gameros, we welcome you to the board and appreciate you joining us. Also, Assistant County Manager, Ms. Weir, thank you for recognition of my support for the holiday event. I appreciate that. Funny thing is I probably enjoy that more than anyone else, because of the children and how much I get out of it and how much they get out of it. And so thank you for the opportunity to do that. This weekend, I had the honor to represent the county at a meeting down in Santa Teresa of 12 companies from Taiwan looking to locate their business here. So we had a lunch meeting and then we had a dinner meeting, and there were roughly 12 companies and 24 individuals from Taiwan. I don't know if everyone knows we're doing that, but the economic development effort that we're putting into the area down there is significant, and we're seeing a lot of rewards from it. So the relationship that we have with a lot of the companies in Taiwan is very significant. It's very important, and they're looking to locate onshore and near shore just like we want them to as well. So it's important that we all understand what the effort that we're making in this area to try to recruit companies into New Mexico, and both at the city and the county and all areas all over the county is starting to bear fruit. And it's important that we continue to focus on this so we can raise the standard of living, create more jobs and more opportunity for people in the county. I know sometimes the public doesn't know what we're doing, but we have several Taiwanese companies down there already, and we're expanding the access at the Border Industrial Association by getting the bridge built over the intermodal to open up some of the sites west. We've got several other companies interested in building some infrastructure, putting infrastructure there, and I think it's important that the public understands that we're doing this. Commissioner Gameros actually joined me as well at that meeting since it's in her district, and I appreciate her representation of the county as well at that meeting. So I just want to bring you up to date to that, and I think we have some follow-up going on. They did come up also at the New Mexico State and visit with the city and the state as well, the university, and I think also with Mavita, who we have a representative here, Jessica Lynn from there. And I think the whole trip of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday was exciting. After leaving here on Saturday, they planned to go to White Sands National Monument. They wanted to see the largest pistachio in the world as well, north of Alamogordo. And then they were heading through Ruidoso over to Roswell, New Mexico, before they took their trip back. So I thought that was very interesting, and we had a great time, and I am honored that I had an opportunity to meet with them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, of course.
I just wanted to recognize that I was informed that I was mistaken earlier about my meeting on Thursday. So it is not right now planned to be live streamed, is what I understand. So just wanted to make sure and get that corrected. So, but the meeting's still happening here in the Commission Chamber, 6 p.m. On Thursday.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other follow-ups?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
Sorry, I forgot to recognize Joe. Joe in the back. Joseph. He was also significant in this meeting with the team from Taiwan. Thank you, sir, for your support.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we do have our presentations, which we have item number 15, the fiscal year 2026 budget kickoff. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Asma Daoud, Financial Services Director. Today, I would be presenting the fiscal year budget kickoff. So our fiscal year starts from July 1st till June 30th. So we are already working on FY26 budget, which would begin from July 1st, 2025. Today on our agenda, we have the assumptions, which would be our revenue and expenditure estimates at this point, management's direction for our budget preparation, and then we'll go over the due dates and budget cycle. So for our revenue assumptions, we are expecting an increase of 12 million. For gross receipt tax, based on the economist forecast using top 20 models average, we are expecting a 7.93 million increase, which is about 8.26 increase over FY25 projections. For property taxes, we are expecting a 2.11 million increase. This is based on 2024 valuations and tax rates. For FY25, our projected property tax was 58 million. We are expecting 60.1 million in FY26. For fees and service charges, we are expecting a 1.5 million increase. This includes care of prisoner fees, water waste, user charges, fleet maintenance, fuel costs, landfill fee, and permit. For all other revenues, based on prior and current year trends, we are expecting 420,000 more than FY25 budget. So overall, our revenue increases 12.05 million. We also have an estimate of some of the major expenditures that we are anticipating in FY26. Based on discussion with HR, we are anticipating 8.3% increase in our health insurance costs, which amount to 1.21 million. This is based on FY25 first quarter claims data. Union step increases is 4.5 million, and we are anticipating a larger jump than prior years. For para contribution, there is a 0.5% increase. The value for that is 360,000. This is FY26 will be the final year increase based on 4-year plans to increase the contributions. And then we had 10 positions that were approved during FY25 for facilities, HR, ACO, and manager. So the budgetary impact in the next fiscal year is 1.23 million. Property tax rebate for very low income properties. We received our first bill from Tax and Revenue, which was 371,000. So that's what we are estimating as our impact. So the expenditure increase at this point is 7.67 million. This gives us a little over 4 million for all other county expenditure increases. So based on that, the management direction that we had discussed with the departments when we did our budget kickoff in December was to limit the operational requests at 2% increase from FY25 adopted budget. This does not include any one-time expenditures that they could have, and also to make sure that all requests support the strategic plan that we are working on. For all position requests, we had asked departments to provide proper justifications for new positions, reclassifications, also to look at their historical and current staffing levels and discuss with the county manager and assistant county managers prior to submitting the forms. So actually, we have already received position requests from most departments. This is our budget calendar. At the top, we have the best practices or the training that DFA provides us in their timeline. At the bottom of the chart, we can see our timeline, which starts a little earlier than DFA. So in November, we announced our budget calendar. December 11th, we had a training for all departments, county departments. We showed them the packets that they were required to submit, also provided them training on what needs to be done. So that was our budget kickoff. We are providing an update today. Today, we are doing an update for the BOCC for this kickoff presentation. We requested departments to have their position request to us by 10th January. 17th was for all operating requests, and 24th January, we would be receiving their capital requests. So Budget Office is currently working on reviewing all the packets and analyzing the requests that we have received, working back and forth with departments. So during the month of February and March, we will schedule meetings with county managers and management and the departments to discuss their budgets. In March, the grant budgets would be due. And during March or April, we will have a work session on budget retreat with the commissioners. And if needed, we would have follow-up work sessions in April. In May, we would be finalizing a preliminary budget and bringing it before the board. It's due to DFA on 1st June. So after board approval, it would be uploaded on DFA's portal. Then the DFA gives us another 2 months. The final budget is due on 31st July. So if any adjustments need to be made for new grants received or any other major items, we could make those adjustments in the final budget, bring it before the board in June, and then submit a final budget to DFA on 31st July. So this was our brief presentation on our kickoff. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Commissioners, any comments, questions, or need for clarification on anything? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Ms. Asma, on your slide about the taxes, go back, I think it's like 3 slides, right there.
Yes.
At the last item there on the right, that's the property tax rebate, okay, it's 371,000. Is that the rebate for the low income that we are doing? Okay.
Yes, so that is the rebate for low income. So we had done the resolution. The first bill that we received was in January. That was for 371,000. We have received that bill from Tax and Revenue. Either we pay them this amount or they would deduct it from the next property tax distribution. The exact amount was 371,434.
Thank you. The reason I asked that question is because I think 2 years ago, 2.5 years, about 2 years ago, when we passed the resolution in order to provide that rebate to low-income families, I know the discussion was that it would be somewhere between $200,000 and $8 million that it would cost us in revenue. And is this pretty consistent that about $400,000 a year that it's cost us for this? I'm asking because I want to make sure we're making the right decision going forward as well.
So this is based on our first bill that we have received for, this was based on last calendar year, sorry. So it was based on 2024. This is the bill that we have received. Next year, it could be similar, it could be higher. So right now, we have it.
This is actually 2023.
Yes.
Yes, so this is the first full year of 2023. We're still waiting on the first full year of 2024, which we'll have this time next year?
Yes. So they do send the bill in December, end of December, early January, after the calendar year is completed. So yes, this is for the first year, 2023. So we have kept it the same for 2024. Yes, it could be higher or lower. We don't know the exact amount.
Thank you very much. The point I'm trying to make here is the decision that this board made in order to provide that relief for low-income families and taxes did not provide nearly the impact that we thought it could. Yes. And I applaud our board for making the decision to continue to support the refund of the low-income tax in Doña County for families who actually qualify and fall into this category. This is very significant for them to get this rebate. And it's nice to see and have the data to support that the decision that this board made was the right decision. That's all I'm saying. And thank you for providing that.
Thank you.
And thank you, board, for making that decision.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, of course, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. And I did want to just add on to that same conversation. I think it's timely because we just, under consent agenda, approved the publication for the renewal of that ordinance and tax rebate. And so that'll be something that we'll be discussing here in February. So having this data point is excellent to be able to have that discussion when we come back to have us review and for approval. So thank you, Ms. Dawood.
Any other questions or needing of clarification, board? Seeing none, thank you so much for this update. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great job, Asma.
Okay, moving on, we do have our approval of the minutes for the meeting for December 10th, 2024. I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by myself, a second by Vice Chair Chaparro. Any comments or questions, corrections, commissioners? Seeing none, April, if you'll please go ahead and roll call the commission on the approval of the minutes from December 10th.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Saljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries and minutes are approved. We do have 4 approvals next. The first one will be item number 21, the annual resolution confirming the board's 2025 appointments to various committees and joint government entities. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I'll go ahead and second that motion. And we'll open up the floor for discussion on those board appointments. Commissioners? Any thoughts, comments, questions, concerns on item number 21, which is the board appointments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, of course.
I mean, I don't know if there's any significant changes from those of us on that already been on the board. I don't know, Ms. Gamero or Commissioner Gameros, if there was anything that she was interested in participating in versus what her predecessor would have already been assigned to.
Yes, and we did forward these to Commissioner Gamero, so we were able to get these in front of her well in advance.
Mr. Chair, whenever you have a minute.
Yes, of course, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I'd like to remain, and just so that we have a cleared record on this, instead of just saying we're on the previous committees, I would like to stay on the Metro Narcotics Agency, on the South Central Governments Agency, on the Consortium of Juvenile Justice. I'd like to be added as an alternate on the Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. And
let me do this. Let me go one by one.
Sure.
And I'll state who is currently on there. And instead of Commissioner Murillo's, I will use your name, and we can go from there and make any altercations. And April or one of our ACMs, if you can please make note as we go. We do have the Animal Services Center of Mesilla Valley, where we have, this is incorrect, the 2025 appointees will be 2 commissioners and our members of the public, which we appointed. So right now, currently stands that it is myself and Commissioner Sanchez. I have no issue with staying on that board. Commissioner Sanchez?
I'm good with staying on the board as well.
Commissioners, is there any interest to stay on that board or to join that board? The Animal Services Board is the JPA with the city to run the animal services for the Mesilla Valley. No? Okay. So if we will mark down Commissioner Sanchez and myself will stay on that board. Next up, we do have the Camino Real Regional Utility Authority, which is known as CRUA. Currently on that board makeup has been changed. That board is now 1 member of our commission, which is currently Commissioner Reynolds, and it is 1 appointed by the board. No, the county manager office appoints the 2nd. Right now it is Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Reynolds, are you wanting to stay on that board?
Yes.
Okay, any other commissioners want to be on that board? Vice Chair, I see your hand raised.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Reynolds' willingness to remain on the board. However, Camino Real Utility Authority it is and exists in Commissioner Gamero's district. So may I suggest that she join the CROA board, because most of it is in her district and she will be in contact with her constituents and any problems that arise with CROA.
Okay, so there's a recommendation for Ms. Gameros, Commissioner Gameros, to go on that board. Commissioner, is that something that you'd be interested in?
Mr. Chair, I would be interested, but I would like for Commissioner Reynolds to stay on that board. Well, if I could join that board along with him, that way I could learn, or...
It is a board that is made up of 1 commissioner.
Okay, so I would like for him to stay on there, but I will be joining the meetings, listening in, so I can familiarize myself with this entity.
Okay, so it sounds like it is Commissioner Reynolds on CRUA. Next up, we do have the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization. It looks like it was appointed as our previous engineer, Mo. I don't know if that is supposed to be an elected or not.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Point of
Sanchez.
order. Point of order. On the Camino Real Authority, the documentation in the agenda is incorrect about the board makeup. So I'd like to make sure we get that corrected at some point in time. It currently states that the CRUA board consists of 2 Sunland Park elected officials, 2 county commissioners, New Mexico senator, New Mexico representative, whose district includes Sunland Park, blah, blah. Basically, that's changed, and then the document just needs to be updated, that's all.
Where are you reading that?
Page 220.
Oh, in the descriptions?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
that's not a part of the resolution itself, so that's just an outdated description of the board, so we'll just have to update that description. But the resolution itself is going to be the board makeup that we do for the 2025. So that's why I verbally stated it's 1 member of the commission and then 1 that is appointed by the county manager's office.
Mr.
So
Chair.
we should be good on that.
And the reason I brought it up is because the public is also has access to this document, and if they're reading it and we're doing something different, I just want to let them understand why. That's all.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what we
Thank you.
stated. Okay, so the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization, I think Commissioner Sanchez, you've sat on that in the past, and then now it's Mo.
Yeah, I think so, Mr. Chairman. At one point, it was former ACM McMahon who was a representative on there, and then I had asked to be on just because of serving on the Mesilla Valley MPO. And then just given time constraints, I had talked with the former county manager, and so we had decided to have Mo. Or I think after discussion with ACM Macias, I think it was recommended that maybe we have our Director of Roads and Engineering.
Okay.
So it can be either a elected or not. I would say though that the El Paso MPO's area of responsibility would be within the District 2 Commission District as well. So that would apply to Sunland Park and Anthony as well as Chaparral. So I don't know if that's something that would either Commissioner Reynolds or Commissioner Gameros would be interested in. If not, we can maybe assign to, I guess, whoever from Roads and Engineering.
Yeah. Commissioner Gameros, do you have any interest in that board?
This is the El Paso MPO, correct?
It is, yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and take that.
Okay, anyone else want to be on that board? No? Okay, so we will go ahead and name Commissioner Gameros to the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization. Next up is the Local Emergency Planning Committee. That is currently the fire chief. I don't see any need to change that. Is that anything that anyone is interested in? Seeing none, we'll leave that as is.
Chair, if I may.
Okay, yes?
If we could update that for Deputy Crispin, Eric Crispin, to be on that board, that would be the recommendation, if you'd consider.
Okay, so we have Eric Crespin's name being put up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If he's willing to serve, if not, and I can't remember the other person, Yvonne, somebody remind me of the last name.
Okay.
What is the last name? I apologize. Fiju.
Okay.
Oh, I think either one, and
Do we want
you
to?
all can arm wrestle or whatever you'd like. I'm satisfied with
Okay.
either.
Sounds good. Do we have any issues with that? Seeing none, that will stand. Next up, we have the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. Currently, I sit on that board. I do not mind staying on that board. Does anyone have any interest? Seeing none, we'll leave it as myself. Next up, we have the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization, where we need to have 3 county commissioners, no alternatives. Currently, it is Commissioner Sanchez, myself, and Commissioner Gameros.
Chair, I'll volunteer. What days are they on?
It is the It is once a month, and it is, let me look at my calendar for you.
I think it's the second Wednesdays.
Yeah, second Wednesdays of every month, except
And mornings or afternoon, please?
1 o'clock. And it's 6 months here, so the first 6 months will be here at the BOCC, and the second 6 months will be at the city chambers. Okay? I will take myself off of that board unless either Commissioner Gametos or Commissioner Sanchez wants to remove themselves.
I'll stay on the MPO.
Thank you. Commissioner Gametos?
Since I'm new to this.
Sounds good. They do a really good orientation for the MPO. So we will go ahead and leave it as Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Gametos, and Commissioner Chaparro for the MPO for the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization. Oh. Okay, next up, we do have the Rio Grande Council of Governments. Currently, we do have Commissioner Murillo on this, or it would have been Commissioner Gametos on this. It does touch her district the most. I don't know if that is something that you have an interest in. If not, we can definitely consider another. I know that Vice Chair, you also said that you would have an interest in that.
Correct. Mr. Chair, if I may, I've sat on it before and I'm interested in continuing on that.
Okay. Commissioner Gametos, do you have any interest, or would you be okay if Vice Chair takes it?
I'd be okay if Vice Chair takes it.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will go ahead and put Vice Chair Chaparro on the Rio Grande Council of Governments. Next up, we do have the South Central Solid Waste Authority. We have 3 members. Currently, it is Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Gametos, and myself. I personally would like to stay on that board. Sanchez?
I'm good also with it.
Okay, Commissioner Sanchez would like to stay. Commissioner Gametos, would you be okay staying on that board?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll remain the 3 of us, including Commissioner Gametos. Next up is the South Central Regional Transit District. We currently have Commissioner Sanchez and Commissioner Reynolds on that, or is Commissioner Reynolds the alternate?
He's the alternate.
He is the alternate. So currently it is Commissioner Sanchez, and then the alternate is Commissioner Reynolds. Do we have any changes in that? Commissioner Sanchez, would you like to remain?
I'm pretty happy with that.
You'd like to remain?
please.
Okay. And then Commissioner Reynolds, would you be okay remaining the alternate?
Unless someone else wants to, I'm fine with that.
Anyone? Nope, we're okay. It sounds like it's you, sir. Okay, well, that one will remain the same. We have some that have quarterly meetings.
We'll have to move the ASCMV to the
Yeah,
quarterly.
ASCMV, which is Animal Services, we'll have to move that on the spreadsheet down to quarterly meetings because we now only meet 4 times a year. First up, we do have New Mexico Workforce Connection. Currently, that is Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Sanchez, are you wanting to remain on that board?
I can, or unless there's one of the other commissioners that's interested. It's for the southwestern region of the state for the Workforce Development Board.
So
I don't mind staying on, I think, but I've been doing it for the past few years, but like I said, I just, if unless somebody else is interested, I'm good with staying on.
If you want to get off a board, I would probably be interested in that board.
Okay.
Just because of the tie-in with Mavita and such and being on that board as well. But that's up to you. I'm indifferent.
No, that's fine. And I mean, I'm also part of the state Workforce Development Board, so I don't mind, like I said, if you want to do the regional one, and then we can collaborate between.
Works for me. Does any other commissioner have any interest? It's like pulling teeth.
I will say in the past, what's ended up happening, and this was, since I've been on, traditionally, I guess the chairperson was on as this representative. We have, and I will say just that, and as you get, if you stay on with this, one of the things that we've struggled with is trying to make sure that that board gets more connected with the county commissions, because they do represent 7 counties.
Oh, wow.
But they are based here in Mesilla, so we might want to push and try to get them a little more involved in what we do here, in Doña County.
We can definitely do that. Yeah, so I would love to serve on that board. So we'll go ahead and change that from Commissioner Sanchez to myself. Okay, we also have the Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. Currently, it is Commissioner Reynolds, and the alternate would have been Commissioner Gameros. Commissioner, are you wanting to stay on MRVDA?
Mr. Chair, I'm currently the vice chair of that board, and we're not replacing the vice chair until April. So I've been requested to remain on that board, and I would also like to as well.
Okay, does anyone else have any interest in that board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner,
if,
or Vice Chair.
I'd like to be the alternate on that, if that's all right with everyone.
Okay, so we do have a request to change the alternate to the vice chair. Is there any concerns with that? Commissioner Gameros, are you okay with that?
Okay with that.
Okay. Is anyone else wanting to be on that board? No? Okay. I would like to say possibly next year I would like to be on that board, since I know that I've been kind of working with our HHS and the 988 calling, and that's something that I've been kind of passionate about. So I would definitely like to be considered for next year to be on the Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority. Next up is Metro. Oh, so yes, it's going to be Commissioner Reynolds, and the alternative will be Vice Chair Chaparro.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Commissioner.
You may consider a couple of other members on that board and asking if they want you to, if you could be their alternate, i.e. the county manager's on the board. And he can designate an alternate at the county, which could be you or Commissioner Chaparro.
Okay.
We also have Mr. Lopez currently on the board as the OVM member. He could also designate someone else from this board, I believe, as his alternate.
Perfect.
So if you are interested, you might consider reaching out to them to be their alternate at these meetings, because a lot of times they're too busy to show up.
Okay, I will call them and see what's going on. Thank you.
And also, I think the chief, fire chief also has an alternate too that he can designate.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, next up is Metro Narcotics Agency. Commissioner Vice Chair Chaparro is currently on that. She would like to remain. Anyone else have any interest in that board? Sold to Vice Chair Chaparro. Next up is the South Central Council of Governments. Currently, we have two. It would be Gameros and Chaparro. Does anyone have any other, or would you two like to remain on that board? Okay.
Yes.
Is there any other interest in being on that board? Seeing none, we will just keep them there. Next up is the Doña County Health and Human Services Alliance. I don't know where we got on that.
I was going to say, I don't know who's technically on that board, so.
I have been on the last two meetings. I can continue on that board unless you would like to be on that.
That's fine.
Okay.
I think we, at one point, I think we approved that I was on, and then somehow in the middle, we were thinking that.
I don't know how that happened.
So I don't know. Like I said, I don't mind, like I said, if you want to keep on going.
No, that's fine. I will remain on that board. So you can go ahead and change that out to me unless anyone else wants to be on that board. Okay, so just put that under me. Next up, we do have the Doña County Consortium of Juvenile Justice. It's currently Vice Chair Chaparro. Would you like to remain?
I would, Mr. Chair.
Okay, anyone else have any interest? Seeing none, we will leave her on that board as well. Next up is the Doña County Investment Advisory Committee. Currently, that is Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Reynolds, are you wanting to remain on that board?
I'd like to, yes.
Does anyone else have any interest in that? Seeing none, we will leave Commissioner Reynolds on that board. Next up is the Fire Protection Excise Tax Advisory Board. Currently, it is me. Do they meet? I've never been to one of their meetings, nor have I ever been invited, so I kind of just expect that that's not actually a board anymore.
Chair, I'm not even sure if this is still necessary, given some of the modifications to the way the budget was updated a couple months ago.
Yeah, but that was a couple months ago, and this board is quarterly. So is it still a board? Is it not a board? Has it been a board? Should we remove this board?
Mr. Chair.
We can remove this board. It's no longer active. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, if it's in existence, may I suggest you stay on?
No.
Chair.
So this board is no longer meeting? Okay.
can remove it.
So we will go ahead and strike out the Fire Protection Excise Tax Advisory Board and take that entirely off. Next up, we do have the City of Las Cruces TID Board. Currently, it is Commissioner Reynolds. Do you want to remain on that board?
Makes no difference to me.
Okay.
Nobody else
Anyone
wants it,
have
I'll keep it.
interest in the Las Cruces TID Board? Seeing none, we will leave Commissioner Reynolds on that board. We probably need to get like a tally of how many commissioners are on how many boards, just so that we make sure we're like a little even Steven on some of these, that the workload is properly dispersed amongst all 5 of us.
We will get a chart.
Pardon?
We'll get a chart, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the Spaceport America Tax District Board, which is under various, which we have 2 commissioners currently, which is Commissioner Reynolds and Commissioner Sanchez. Are you both wanting to remain on that board?
I think I'd like to.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, I'll remain on that board as well.
Okay, does anyone else have any interest on that board?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Chapato does have interest on that board. Would either of you like to step off that board for the Vice Chair?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out that we are in a critical situation right now at that board, and I think a change to the board at this time would be inadvisable. That's my belief, but certainly everyone else is welcome to their opinion.
Okay, Vice Chair?
I'd still like to be in the running for that position. I think it's time for a change in leadership on that board.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, as I say, right now, I guess I've been serving as the vice chair for that board. If possible, I'd like to stay on.
Okay, so we currently have Commissioner Sanchez, who's the sitting vice chair. I know on the MRVDA board, we left you because you were vice chair. Is there any chance that you would like to step off, Reynolds or Commissioner Reynolds?
Mr. Chair, I would definitely like to stay on that board at this point.
Okay.
I can give you reasons, but I would prefer not to do them in public right now. But I think there's a good justification for me to continue on that board at this point.
Okay,
And,
so if there's no giving on these 3, we would have to take it to a vote of the commission as to who to name to the Spaceport Tax Board. Does everyone see that as the path forward on this?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner?
I don't know that we've ever done that before. I think the normal practice in the last 7 years has been that the person on the board has precedent to decide whether they stay or not, and the board only has to change if the person currently occupying the position is willing to give it up. That's been the policy for the last 7 years, and since we don't have a policy, if we need one, we should enact one before we decide just to take a vote.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from, and I can see your point of view on this. It is under approvals where it does need a vote to confirm these members of these committees. So, I mean, I think that's also part of this, is that the board does need to vote on the committee assignments. So I will leave it up to this board and this body to decide how they want to move forward. If you want to go line by line and take a rolling quorum vote, or a vote on every single committee and confirm it until we get down to Spaceport, we can do that. It's up to you all. How would you like to move forward?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Vice Chair.
I think the decision has been made on the previous mentioned boards, and I think the only one that is perhaps that requires a vote would be the Spaceport America Tax District Board. So if I'll make a motion at this point to accept all the other appointments for the entirety of the list for the boards, with the exception of the Spaceport America Tax District Board.
Okay, we have a motion to accept all prior appointments to boards minus the Spaceport America Tax District Board. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Gameros. Any comments?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds.
There's another board that's not listed on this one that we have to consider.
Which is what board?
The New Mexico Association of Counties Multi-Line Pool and Law Enforcement Board.
So, and thank you for bringing that up. So is that board also voted on by the entirety of the county? No, it is or it is not?
It's actually a position that we decide, yes, the board has
That
to
the
decide.
BOCC decides
That's
or
correct.
the electeds as well?
Yes.
The BOCC decides. Okay. Well, we do have a motion and a second. If you two would like to withdraw so we can vote on this as well, or we can consider it separately. I'm fine with either.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to remove my motion or withdraw my motion and put forth a new motion.
Well, just remove it until we.
I
appoint this
remove
one.
my motion.
Thank you.
I second it.
Okay, she will. So we now have removed both motions, and we need to take into consideration the New Mexico county's insurance. And what is the proper terminology for this board?
The board is the New Mexico Association of Counties Multi-Line and Law Enforcement Pool Board.
Multi-line law enforcement.
For the first 5 years, I was actually the representative on that board and served on the board for this board for 4 years.
Okay.
I'm not asking to be on the board again, but my recommendation is that we actually appoint Stephen Maurer as our representative on that board, as our risk manager. And I think he would actually be better suited on that board than a commissioner. However, Commissioner Murillo was the last appointed member of the board.
Correct.
And as my understanding, she only attended one meeting, and I think we need someone who's committed to doing, spending more time up there. If it's one of the board commissioners, that's fine. I'm just saying,
So-
my recommendation is Mr. Maurer.
Thank you for that recommendation. So commissioners, currently, it would have gone to you in the transaction of things, Commissioner Gametos. There's currently a recommendation that we put our risk manager, Mr. Maurer, on the board. Do you have any interest in serving on this board?
If Mr. Maurer would like to accept, it's up to him, and if he doesn't, then I will take
He's shaking his head reluctantly.
it. Is he nodding or shaking? I can't tell.
No,
He's
he's
nodding.
doing all the above. Any other commissioner have any interest in serving on this board? Steven, you're good? Yeah? You're coming up? Come on up.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to
Break up
also.
the monotony.
I'd like to also let you know that the makeup of this board is mostly county managers, assistant county managers, also risk managers, and not commissioners. Only one
Thank you,
other
Commissioner.
commissioner is on there besides myself for the last 5 years.
Okay,
Good morning,
you're
Chair.
good?
Yes, sir. Good for that position up there at MC, but also they're also talking about that they need a vote. It's a voting member and an alternate. So if
Okay.
I can't make the meeting, it would be somebody else. And last year it was Commissioner Chaparro who was the alternate to go.
Oh, okay.
So if she's interested in being the alternate or somebody else, that's who we're looking for. And this is actually item number 23 on your approvals too.
Oh, it sure is item number 23, so we don't even have to consider this right now. Thank you,
There
sir.
you go.
It's already on the agenda. Thank you, sir. We'll take it up under item number 23 and make sure we get you on there.
Mr. Chair, may I renew my motion?
You can now make your
you.
motion again. Sorry for that.
Mr. Chair, I move that all the committees that have been aforementioned be accepted as agreed by this commission, with the exception of Spaceport America Tax District Board.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. April, if you can roll call us on all the previously mentioned board assignments.
Excuse me. Commissioner Gametos,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Those board assignments are confirmed.
Okay, and that does have a resolution number.
Okay.
Resolution number 2025-14.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we do have a matter at hand, which is, the appointment of the Spaceport America Tax District Board, where we do have two members to appoint. Would we like to make a motion on which two members to appoint, and then we can have discussion after that?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to appoint myself and Commissioner Sanchez.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion to appoint Commissioner Reynolds and Commissioner Sanchez. We have a second by Commissioner Gametos. Discussion, commissioners? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like to be considered for the position. I think there needs to be a change, and thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, to the board, I'd like to point out that I have been on the Spaceport Board now for 6 years. It's my 7th year. I've been chair of that board for 3 years. I've been vice chair for 2 years. And I have over 600 documents associated with the spaceport on my drive that I can point to as my, and I don't think anybody else is more well-versed in the matters of the spaceport than I am at this point. And I can't tell you what else is going on because it's confidential, but I can say that I need to remain on this board for at least another 6 to 8 months. And if 6 months goes the way I think it will, I'm happy to turn it over in 6 months to someone else. Okay? And I also, Commissioner Sanchez is also very critical to the current processes we're trying to implement at the spaceport. And bring someone else up to speed to that would take a lot of time. And I'm not sure that, I believe we can do that adequately.
Okay, thank you. I feel like this is the crew board discussion all over again. Okay, with that being said, is there any other comments or questions for the board? We do have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Commissioner Reynolds, are you stating to this board here before we vote that you'd like to stay on for 6 months, an additional 6 months? Is that what I understood?
Madam Chair, I think what I said is that if things go the way I hope they will, then 6 months would be plenty. If they don't, then I would like to stay on the board for the whole year. So it's all dependent on the results of the next 2 months. Okay, there's something happening hopefully in the next 2 months that will determine where we are. And at that point, I can readdress this if you'd like to. But I believe my presence on this board is critical at this juncture. And I think if you want to revisit this in 5, 6 months, I'm happy to do so. I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'd still like to be considered, along with Commissioner Sanchez, to be on this board.
Okay. So, okay. April, if you'll roll call the commission, please.
Okay. Commissioner Gameros?
Excuse me, yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
And if I may clarify, what was the motion? I was chatting with the county manager and I lost track.
The motion is to appoint Commissioner Reynolds and Commissioner Sanchez to the Spaceport Tax Board.
Thank you. No.
And Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
No. Motion carries. Commissioner Reynolds and Commissioner Sanchez will remain on the Spaceport America Tax Board.
Okay, there is a resolution number,
Go ahead.
2025-15.
Thank you so much, April.
Thank you.
Next up, we do have item number, do you want to take a break? Yeah, actually we will. Okay, the time is currently 11:04. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we will be back at 11:15. back. Okay, moving on, we do have item number 22, which is the annual resolution approving 2 members of the Board of County Commissioners to conduct annual inspections on the Doña County Detention Center. Do we have a motion? Okay, I'll make the motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
We have a second by Commissioner Gametos. Okay, so the last 3 years has been myself and another commissioner. So if we want to have nominations, so basically there's a form that we fill out every year. We go and we inspect the detention center, walk every room, go through, get our hands on everything, make sure that we're involved as much as possible. I know that the Doña County leadership team just went a couple weeks ago. I know, Commissioner, you got to go as well. So if there's 2 commissioners that would like to go and do the inspection later on this year.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
may
Commissioner.
I
Vice Chair.
suggest that Commissioner Gametos and I be appointed?
Oh, okay. So we have a recommendation for Vice Chair Chapato and Commissioner Gametos to go on the detention center inspection and fill out the log this year. Any other commissioner have any interest? Seeing none, April, if you'll roll call us on Vice Chair Chapato and Commissioner Gametos, please.
Okay. Commissioner Gametos,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Okay, that one I do have resolution number
Go ahead, April.
2025-15. I apologize, I said the incorrect one earlier for the previous
Oh, okay.
item.
Because it was under the same resolution?
Yes.
Perfect, no worries.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we do have the resolution designating representatives of the New Mexico County Insurance Authority. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we appoint Stephen on that board. As Commissioner Reynolds had mentioned previously, it makes sense.
Okay, we have a motion to basically approve or to appoint Mr. Maurer as the representative for the New Mexico County Insurance Authority. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course.
Just to, before we interrupt, commissioners, they're also wanting a voting alternate member for that position also. That would back up myself on being on that board. Person I would probably say would be Assistant County Manager Deb Weir, since she oversees our department. If that'd be up to you, it'd be up to you guys if that's fine.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner?
I'd like to make a motion to amend adding Assistant County Manager Ware as the alternate to this board.
Okay, do we have a second on that amendment?
Second.
Okay, no worries there. Okay, so we're going to first take a vote on the amended motion. April?
Commissioner Gametos,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Okay, now we're going to take a motion or a vote on the full motion. April, go ahead.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair
Yes.
Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you so much, sir,
Thank you
for
very much.
serving.
Have a good evening.
Okay, I'm sorry. That one has a resolution number,
Of course.
2025-16, excuse me.
Look at us making those resolutions work this year. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we do have a resolution establishing art and public spaces guidelines. This is something that we've been talking about for quite some time. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Chaparro and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Just a little bit about this. I know that Commissioner Sanchez, this was his project for a while now. I know that him and myself, as well as Mary Louise and Garrett Mosley, were working on this to come up with kind of a guideline for establishing and enhancing our facilities, our parks, and really driving home on our cultural identity and economic development and such. So we do have a resolution put forward, basically adopting this Art and Public Spaces Act, which is also within the state of New Mexico. Commissioner Sanchez, do you want to add some?
Yeah, thank
background
you.
as well?
Yeah, and I appreciate being able to work with the chairman as well as with Garrett and Mary Louise helping me out on my side of things. We've had several folks through the years ask about trying to put murals up or what we can do to help beautify areas of the county, especially utilizing our public spaces. And so this is after some consultation and working with the facilities department, we were able to come up with this proposed resolution. It'll help guide and give some guidelines so that way there's a standardization in how we select and allow art to be utilized. It'll also be similar to other government agencies such as the City of Las Cruces that will allow for some budgeting with any new facilities for some art to be added to the project. And so hopefully, not just does it allow for us to bring some art and some life to our communities, but in general, what we've seen is that when you do have art in the community, there is a tendency to have less vandalization. I know in Doña, broadly speaking, we've had a couple of walls that have been used at the De La Center for art murals. And when they are, I have not noticed, or if I have, it's very small, any type of any type of graffiti or vandalism to that. And so, it gives us an opportunity to help ensure, like I said, we're protecting things, people respect it. And so I'm really excited to have this for consideration today.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would also just like to say that I think the cool part about this is it establishes a Doña County Public Art Advisory Board, which will be able to come together and kind of work on this as well. But also what Commissioner Sanchez stated was basically putting together, it's going to be 1% of total construction or renovation cost up to $200,000 per project. For projects over $100,000 to help acquire art and to do public art. So this is going to create a nice little account for, whenever we do anything. So the OEM building, there'll be a pool of money eventually that we could put, local artists, murals, and so on and so forth in our facility. So I'm really excited to see this grow. I'm really excited to see what we can do with this. But I think this is really just a great first step in doing something great for our community and showing who we are as Doña in southern New Mexico. Any other comments or questions, commissioners? Oh, seeing none. April?
Commissioner Gameros? Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. And if we can get that resolution
The
number.
resolution number is 2025-17.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, April.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. We have a lot of persons here for the Alta Mesa preliminary plat number 27. Can I, if we can see a show of hands of whomever's here for that?
8.
Hold them up high so we can, we
Okay.
can count you. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Amesworth.
And so if you can take that out of order, please?
Yeah, so the original recommendation was to put items 28, 29.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have people who are here for the IRB items that have to catch a flight. And that was the reason I requested to move them up.
Gotcha.
And they should only take a few minutes.
Okay, is that okay? Yes. Okay, so can we do 28, 29, and 30 all together, or do we have to do one?
I can do 28 and 29 together, and
Okay.
then item 30.
Perfect. So I would like to make a motion that we approve items number 28 and 29 on the
Second.
agenda. So we have a motion and a second. Welcome, Ms. Amesworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So these items 28 and 29 were presented on November 26th for publication. These ordinances were originally approved in February of 2022 in 2 series for 120 million and 60 million respectively for a 150 megawatt solar facility. Hecate subsequently sold their interest to D.E. Shaw Renewables and is requesting an amendment largely because there have been changes to the pilot regulations by the state for solar facilities. And so the request today is to approve these ordinances so they can proceed with the bonds and moving forward with their projects.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Pretty straightforward? Pretty straightforward. Okay. April?
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
No.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries.
I do have ordinance number.
Okay.
It's 354-2025.
Thank you, ma'am. There should be 2 ordinance numbers. I apologize.
I apologize for that.
No worries.
The second one is 355-2025.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, next up is item number 30, which is for Milagros Solar. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. I will go ahead and second that. Okay, Ms. Amesworth.
Okay, item 30 is an IRB ordinance also presented on November 26th for publication, originally approved in November of 2022 for 240 million for a 150 megawatt solar facility with 75 megawatt storage capacity. The new ordinance also makes some changes to allow for changes in the pilot regulations. And we do have representatives from the company here if you wanted to hear from them as
Okay.
well.
Commissioners, do we want to hear from the representatives? Sure, yeah, bring them on up.
All right. Thank you, Christina, and good morning, almost good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mayura Patankar. I'm the Associate Director of Development with EDF Renewables, representing our Milagros Solar and Storage Project. It is a 150 megawatt PV solar and a 75 megawatt 4-hour battery energy storage located in Santa Teresa. I have with me here our outside counsel, Eduardo Duffy, and our tax consultant who's online, Rob Burbo, that you guys all know pretty well. So this project was presented back in 2022 with a request to get an authorization for an IRB in the amount of $240 million. Since then, this project has made great progress. We are halfway through construction and expect to bring this project online in 2025, end of 2025. This project has created about 400 construction jobs, and it has a long-term PPA, power purchase agreement with El Paso Electric for 20 years, and a long-term ground lease agreement as well. So we collectively at EDF Renewables are thrilled to bring this project online that will generate substantial renewable energy and tax revenues for Doña County. We're back here again to get an approval from you all to get the pilot allocations approved and also get the issuance of the IRB amount so we can close out on our financing efforts. With that, I will open up for any questions that you may have.
Wonderful, thank you, and thank you for joining us today. Commissioners, do you have any comments or questions? Seeing none, we're gonna make sure you make your flight really quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, with no other comments or questions, April, go ahead and roll call us, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
No.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Can we get that?
The number is ordinance number 356-2025.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will go back to Ms. Amesworth, do you think item number 25 and 26 will take much time?
Likely not. They're pretty quick.
Okay, so let's just do item number 25 and 26, and then we'll get to item number 27, which is the Alta Mesa Estates. Okay, item number 25, an ordinance adopting Chapter 279, the Doña County Road and Street Naming Code. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
And I will second it. So a motion by Sanchez and a second by myself. Welcome, Ms. Amesworth, again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
The street naming code was originally adopted in 1989 by Ordinance 6089 as part of the Road and Street Naming Code, as part of Chapter 279, and subsequently was repealed with on December 2016 when the UDC was adopted. And the plan was to have those guidelines incorporated into the UDC. However, for some reason, they were not. And we are back here now because we recently discovered that oversight. And these regulations are required so that we can have orderly and systematic road naming, be able to find streets for emergency services, and ensure that streets are named in a manner that's not repetitive or duplicative of names. And so I'm here requesting that this ordinance be approved. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Seeing none, April, can we get a motion on the approval of adopting the ordinance?
Commissioner
Roll call
Gameros,
vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Okay. I have,
Motion carries. And that ordinance number?
Ordinance number 357-2025.
Wonderful, thank you. Next up, we have item number 26, which is an ordinance adopting the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code and the 2021 New Mexico Energy Conservation Code. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez
Second.
and a second by Vice Chair Chaparro. Hi.
Hi. Again, thank you. This ordinance is in order to be compliant with the State Construction Industries Division recent approval of their 2021 IECC. The new code makes some changes, particularly for electrical vehicles, which will now be required to have infrastructure in new residential, to have homes readied for electrical appliances, And it does increase the required efficiency in multiple areas for new development. And I will stand for any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Seeing none. April, take it away.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries.
Okay, ordinance number is 358-2025.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Next up is item number 27, which is the approval of the preliminary plat for a Type 2 subdivision to be known as Alta Mesa Estates Subdivision Phase 1. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. Do we have a second, Commissioners? We have a second by Vice Chair Chaparro.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I would like to withdraw my motion, and I apologize.
Okay. Commissioner Reynolds is withdrawing his motion. Commissioner Chaparro, would you like to make the original motion?
Certainly, I move to approve the plat.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Okay, I will second the motion. Ms. Amesworth, welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Again.
Chair. So we are here presenting a preliminary plat application for Alta Mesa Estates LLC, who are being represented by Pillar Engineering. The location is the Alta Mesa Estates Subdivision in Santa Teresa Industrial Park. It is zoned under the new urbanism district, and the request is for a Type 2 subdivision to be known as Alta Mesa Estates Subdivision Phase 1. Proposing 232 lots on a total of 350 acres. This is a location map you can see there in Santa Teresa, kind of in the middle here. There's an aerial photo, and this is largely undeveloped land surrounding. Closer aerial there. This is the zoning in that area. You can see the newer urbanism districts that were transferred from the old CRUA code and incorporated into the UDC when it was recently adopted by the county. It is in this area adjacent to a large residential development, but also surrounded by industrial. This is the preliminary plat. These are the new urbanism districts, which are, they're mixed-use type districts that incorporate a lot of different uses than you would typically see in standard residential districts. Here you can see the overlay of that plat on the zoning as it exists now. This is the Santa Teresa Master Plan, which was originally adopted in the early 2000s and had been amended a couple of times. That master plan is still in effect for that area. And this is just a larger view of the zoning in that area, and you can just compare the master plan to the existing zoning. You can see the Alta Mesa area does have zoning districts as recommended by the master plan. So description of the property, it's a largely vacant area east of the Santa Teresa Industrial Park. It's regulated by Chapter 350, the new urbanism district, which is an appendix to the UDC. The BOCC approved resolution 2024-066, which created the Alta Mesa Public Improvement District. Infrastructure improvements will include a sewer lift station, stormwater management structure, roadways, parks, trails, school sites, lot improvements, and soft costs for a total estimated value of approximately $154 million and $124 million, which is eligible for PID financing. On November 21st, 2024, the DRC recommended approval of this preliminary plat. So just to reiterate the request, this is a type 2 subdivision to be known as Alta Mesa Estates Phase 1. Water and wastewater will be provided by CRUA. Access to the subdivision is from State Highway 136 and Strauss Road. The roads within the subdivision will be constructed to DAC standards provided in the UDC. Residential access roads will consist of 50-foot right-of-ways. Roads within the subdivision are proposed to be dedicated to DAC, and NMDOT has approved the intersections as proposed on Highway 136 and Strauss Road and Boulevard del Rey. This is the subject property, and I'll just quickly go through those photos. This is along Pete Domenici and Boulevard del Rey. Strauss Road. So applicable policies from the Unified Development Code listed here. And staff analysis, so the proposed subdivision has gone through the appropriate agency reviews. There were no negative opinions on the preliminary plat. All of the lots meet the zoning requirements as they are currently in place in the new urbanism district. Notice requirements for public hearing on preliminary plats were provided as required. The data requirements were reviewed by the appropriate agencies. All infrastructure improvements such as drainage, ponding, and roadways will be inspected to ensure compliance with county standards. Water and wastewater services, as I mentioned, will be provided by CRUA, and the preliminary plat application is consistent with the UDC. So staff finds that the Planning and Zoning Commission is authorized to review. This is from the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, but let me just skip over these. The P&Z did recommend approval of the preliminary plat with the following conditions. Minor agency comments shall be addressed before the final plat approval. The proposed subdivision does not provide a precedent to any part of the Santa Teresa master plan or any part of the design of the master plan, and any future subdivision proposals shall be done in accordance with an approved or amended master plan by the BOCC. And at this time, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Ainsworth?
Mr. Chair, not necessarily a question for Ms. Ainsworth, but I do see representatives from CRUA. I see the executive director from CRUA present, and I would like to ask a couple of questions from Mr. Crosby whenever that is appropriate.
Of course.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for Ms. Ainsworth.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Ms. Ainsworth, am I reading this correctly on this slide that this development does not currently have an approved master plan? Is that what I'm reading here?
That was not the intent. What my understanding was that the P&Z did not want to create a precedent with this particular plat, and they wanted to ensure that if there were any deviations from the approved master plan, that a master plan would be amended and presented to the BOCC prior to proceeding with any future plats.
If I thank you, Ms. Ainsworth. If I read this correctly, it appears that some of what they're requesting does deviate from the master plan already. So if that's the case, shouldn't we be considering a master plan at this point prior to approving this resolution or this ordinance?
At this time, what is being presented is the preliminary plat for Phase 1, which you can see there on the overhead, and that this particular application is in compliance with the zoning that is established as well as the master plan that's in place.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your answer. I apologize. So my question is, does this zoning does meet the requirements of the master plan, but does the development as defined at this time actually concur with the area being developed to be the same as what the master plan provided?
Yes, this preliminary plat is in compliance with both the zoning and the existing master.
Okay, so this master plan does support this development as they presented it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, Commissioner Reynolds, but as I recall, when we first spoke about this PID, we first spoke about this master plan, I was under the impression that everything fit, based on comments from you, Ms. Ainsworth. I believe that's what I recall, and so that's why we were moving forward with this, because it fit, and if we look at the pictures, the photographs of desert and trash along the highway, wouldn't it be wonderful to have housing for companies coming in, such as Commissioner Reynolds spoke of the Taiwanese bringing in companies, having a place for their employees to live, apartments for other employees. I just think this is a great idea, but I'd still like to hear from CRUA before we make a decision, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Sanchez?
And I guess, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I guess as we go along, and I think it may have been addressed with what Commissioner Reynolds had been asking, I think as we move forward and had further parts of the master plan approved as we move forward with it, I think my biggest concern is that this looks nothing like what was presented to us in the PID, the infrastructure that was going to be supplied with the funding for the PID. And so all I see here is a bunch of houses, no parks, no infrastructure, I guess so. Well, that, like I said, I think maybe perhaps as it's noted, it's part of the entire master plan. And so this is just the one first phase of it that won't include that piece. But I think I do have some serious concerns about the fact that I think that was the whole reason why the PID was approved. And I don't see any of that as part of this first phase. So I'll continue as we review this and see, how the discussion goes. But I think that was always I think one of the biggest concerns I have was allowing for these funds to be utilized for the betterment of the area. And so I'm reserving my optimism as we continue on with these discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wonderful, thank you. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for having me.
If you want to address Vice Chair Chapato's question.
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. Crosby. Happy New Year. So I noticed and read through this huge packet last night, finished reading. So I looked at lift station that the Alta Mesa partners will be installing. And since I had been on CRUA for so many years, I have a question as to what CRUA thinks regarding the installation of the lift pump and how it should be addressed in the future by either the persons living there or an HOA, or what are you thinking about that? Another question is there road access for CRUA to get to that lift station, and if the width is appropriate for the utility to go in there to operate and maintain in case of an emergency?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. Regarding the first question that you had on there for the lift station, CRUA's approach and what we've expressed to the developer as well as to the community development of the county is that we put in a condition on there to require that a development agreement must be in place, and that development agreement should capture the development impact cost for the long-term operation and maintenance for capital improvements and for staffing capacity associated with the Alta Mesa lift station. I wanted to make the commissioners very clear that the lift station that is going in is not a regional lift station. This lift station will be solely for the Alta Mesa development. So typically what we look for in our case is we're moving from a smaller utility now to a medium-sized utility based off of EPA standards for residents served, is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's already items out there. And in this case, the city of Las Cruces does have an item that we're looking at in terms of their development agreement. It states that that the utility will not take over a private lift station. In that case, there's items that are in place One of the items is place, is that there's typically an open escrow account that is put in place so that the utility can go in there and pull from that open escrow account in order to have funding for that lift station. Now, in this case, if there is no homeowners association involved, the second protection that is in place in other utilities is that there is an assessment, voluntary assessment fee associated that would stay with the life of that subdivision. So those are the two items that we're looking at, and I've expressed to the developer in terms of CRUA's intent verbally in communication with him, and I've sent a letter for conditional approval to the community development. Commissioner Chaparro, regarding your second question on there regarding road access. For the road access, what we requested is that there be an all-weather road, not necessarily paved, but an all-weather road going to the lift station so that CRUA personnel will have the ability to drive up and down to work on the maintenance of that lift station. And it's necessary if we're taking other equipment that is there. Now, it wouldn't be till the end of phase 3 where CRUA would be requiring that roadway be paved at the end of phase 3. And the developer is also aware of that and is in agreement with that request or condition. The third item that I had wanted to mention on there was also engineering requirements. So during the construction of the lift station, water is going to be needed, so we requested that a booster pump be required. So that was the third condition that we would have for Alta Mesa Phase 1. And for that, I stand with any questions.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Commissioners, any other follow-up questions while we have JC here?
Mr. Crosby, if you could just remain, if you don't mind, just in case anything else pops into my mind.
Anything else,
not a problem.
Commissioners? Well, at least let you take a seat. We can have
Thank you.
sit. Yeah. Okay, Commissioners, any other questions for Ms. Amesworth or any member of the Alta Mesa Estates team?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I do have a question for the representative of the Alta Mesa team and probably the engineer. Good morning, Mr. Pillar. Happy New Year.
Good morning, Happy New Year.
And also, it would probably be for the McLaughlins because of the board. But Mr. Pillar, so just as dovetailing off of what Mr. Crosby stated, that would be a condition for you all when associated with CRUA. Is that something that can be done very quickly on the master plan or the preliminary plat, rather? And can be added?
The items that I've known about with CRUA and concerning the lift station, that is the access to the lift station. And yes, we have talked with Mr. Crosby on that during construction, the developer and or contractor will maintain an all-weather road, providing access to the lift station and the existing arsenic treatment plant that exists out there on site. So yes, we are going to be working with them on that. The second one was the pressure tank. We put in a pressure tank in the lift station itself, and we had to add in a pump to ensure that that pressure tank provides the pressure. We are obtaining water from the existing arsenic treatment plant, and it is several hundred feet to get to where the lift station is going to be. So we put in a backup booster pump in there for the pressure tank so that we have the proper water to take care of the odor control system that is being installed with the lift station.
And Mr. Pillar, when do you anticipate commencing that road and putting in that lift station?
Those two items are in the current construction plans that have been approved, and the pump for the pressure tank was an amendment that just came out, and we are making those corrections right now. That was one of the items how Doña County Engineering approved the plans. That was one of the items.
All right, so I believe the last question I have for now is you as the engineer and representative for Alta Mesa, are you willing to work closely with CRUA and the executive director to make sure that the conditions mentioned by the executive director are followed? Because obviously, I know that we as a commission have different concerns. You know, there's a concern about open areas, parks, walking paths, and my concern is having enough water and wastewater, not just for this development, but for the other developments that will be around that, and that the burden doesn't fall on the constituents that don't live in the development, that it is spread out, or that the contractor and the developer or the group pays their fair share for it.
Yes.
So I guess that was 3 and 1.
Yes. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, yes, we are committed to working with CRUA to move this project forward. We have been working with CRUA, going through these things, providing the lift station, how we get water, all those things. We are working with them on that. The one that the first I've heard about it is today is the one that Mr. Crosby brought up about the development agreement on how the lift station will be, I believe he's talking about funding and how it will be ran. Now that's something that we will have to be sitting down with him and discussing to see what he wants for sure on that and how we can address it and move forward with the project. But as right now, we are providing the lift station. The developer is installing the lift station, everything that's required to provide sewer service for this project. We will get the sewer effluent from the homes to the treatment plant.
Thank you, Mr. Pillar, but I believe that to add the conditions that CRUA is requesting, that would need to be voted upon by this board, unless I'm incorrect, Chair, but.
I believe we're being asked to approve the preliminary plat with the conditions that the P&Z has already put forth. So any conditions that the P&Z has stipulated is what we're approving today. Is that correct, Ms. Amesworth?
Yes, Mr. Chair, of course, the BOCC has the discretion to approve, modify the conditions, or approve without conditions, or even not approve.
Okay. Yes, Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the preliminary plat along with suggestions that CRUA may have, because they're the ones that will be handling the water and wastewater, so long as we're updated on that.
So thank you for that motion. There's currently a motion on the table to approve the preliminary plat, so we would have to amend the motion. And if you read in the actual, sorry, I'm just scrolling to the page. So if you look at the P&Z recommendations, there's 3 of them, and I can read them out loud if you don't have it in front of you. Number 1, the page number is 295. So it's item number 1 is minor agency comments shall be addressed before final plat approval. I would imagine that would be CRUA in that in the minor agency. The proposed subdivision does not provide a precedent to any part of the Santa Teresa master plan or any part of the design of the master plan. And then number 3, any future subdivision proposal shall be done in accordance with an approved or amended master plan by the BOCC. So those are the current 3 recommendations by the P&Z. So as we keep discussing and asking questions, if we wanted to make the, if we wanted to amend the motion to approve, we could say to approve with the P&Z recommendations, or we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But I think there's probably still a couple more questions before we make that amended motion.
And Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw my motion at this time and
Okay.
before allowing other people comments. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions while we have people up here?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
First thing, I agree with all the discussion that Commissioner Chaparro had, and I agree with her on our questions. But I have an additional question. since water is some sort of is a need and necessary down in that area, isn't there a certain amount of water that's required in sewer and everything for the construction itself? And do we pledge to have enough water for them to actually do the construction? I mean, is that, I'm asking Crua, actually that. JC? How are we going to ensure that there's enough water for the construction and that this lift station is going to be operable during the construction as well? Because it's my understanding, it needs, if I read your document correctly, that the lift station needs to be phase one, needs some work.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you very much for the question. Commissioner Reynolds, regarding the water during the submission of the packet that the developer submits, gets sent over to Crua's on-call engineer, in this case Jacobs Engineering, and on there we have sufficient water, and that's why we went ahead with approving phase one of the Alta Mesa subdivision. Now, in terms of the water, the way it is used in this case, the elevated lift tank that is coming in, when the elevated lift tank was first being initiated, Alta Mesa wasn't even a thought at that time. And that elevated water tank was predominantly going to be used for the industrial area. Now, we can't say the property that is there, the elevated tank goes to serve the region, not one particular group or another. But on the same note, that one group cannot take sole control over the entire water. So we kind of and sort of have to be the gatekeepers of that to control what goes in and what goes out. So in this case, CRUA is not utilizing the entire water system, and that's why we were holding off on approving additional phases until development agreements can come in place and until our on-calls have let us know that there is sufficient water demand in that area.
Okay, thank you.
A quick note, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the conditions that we set, that is on there, it is my request that the Board of County Commissioners go ahead and place those conditions. If not, one of the conditions that CRUA would have to set in place, we would be breaking our own ordinance, and that is that existing residents cannot pay for the infrastructure of a private development. In this case, that's what essentially would be taking place if the lift station, this lift station is going to be used for Alta Mesa, so the operation and maintenance of it should not be carried by the burden of the existing residents who've already paid their share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
JC? I'm sorry. Could you clarify that for me? So how much of an installation of the lift station needs to occur now before the construction starts?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. How much?
If you're saying that the other residents cannot pay for the lift station to be built, so in phase one, shouldn't the lift station be one of the first things that's actually installed?
That's what's part of it being looked at, is this lift station. So the lift station is going to be installed to serve the Alta Mesa phase one.
So the road and the lift station in some fashion need to be a priority one for this development.
Yes, and that's what's before you, that the requirement of the actual, to put an all-weather road, to make sure that there's a booster pump available. Correct. So that's why we're putting those conditions, because it's going to take care of that. We're not going to use another lift station to serve this community.
Yeah. That's why I want to make sure that it was a high enough priority that we took care of it right now.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chair, I have a question, because I think I'm misunderstanding things. But it's under construction already. Am I correct? The road is under construction, or at least commencing construction, and the lift station has already?
No, they would need to, the preliminary plat would need to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners first before anything can move forward or construction can begin.
Thank you.
So I just have a couple questions. So under the P&Z recommendation, and Christina, maybe you can help steer me in the right direction. So number one, I understand completely. Thank you, JC and CRUA, for answering those questions. I think that was a lot of the bulk here. But number two really does concern me quite a bit. The proposed subdivision does not provide a precedent to any part of the Santa Teresa master plan or any part of the design of the master plan. So I remember when we approved the PID, and gentlemen, you were all here that meeting. We talked about the master plan. We talked about what this community was going to be. I literally just pulled up the agenda from that meeting, which was April 23rd, where we approved your PID, the first one that Doña County has ever done. And so unfortunately, you are all the guinea pigs to these questions. But my question is during this, and I'm looking at your preliminary concepts and all that kind of stuff, and I see what's going on, and I'm understanding, but I feel like we aren't even touching the concepts of what you brought to us. So I kind of want to understand why did you all decide to deviate from the master plan that is put down there, especially when we approved the PID? That was part of our conversation, was a lot of, the livability of this location and walkability and all those infrastructure needs and, the quality of life initiatives. And just for your awareness, we have approved our strategic plan, and one of the biggest highlights is quality of life. And if you can maybe tie together the reason why we kind of deviated from that master plan and what kind of quality of life your phase one is bringing to the people that are going to purchase this, I think you might be able to help me understand where we're at in this process. And I'll let you come up, but Christine, if you can kind of help me understand a little bit, because, these are some big conditions when you think about it. They're not tiny by any means, talking about the master plan and saying any future subdivision proposal shall be done in accordance with an approved or amended master plan by the BOCC. So in my mind, and like I said, I want you to drive this bus, if you will. This is coming to us today to approve the pre-preliminary plat. And then I read in that slide that after I approve this plat, we can't take back that approval. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I'm glad you raised that question, because it's important to understand that the preliminary plat, once it's approved by the BOCC, is the developer's approval to move forward with developing construction documents for that subdivision and moving forward with actually building it out. Okay. So the next time you would see an approval would be at the final plat stage, where the subdivision is fully completed, has been inspected, and is ready to be accepted for maintenance by the county.
Okay. I like where we're going here. Thank you for steering this. So basically, once I say yes or no today, this commission's hands are tied, except if we approve the P&Z commission conditions or our own conditions.
Well, I mean, yeah, if this preliminary plat is approved, the developer will be able to go out and build it out. The condition that the P&Z set in their recommendation was to ensure that any future phases of this development are in compliance with the master plan, or that the developer bring forward an amended master plan for consideration.
Okay. No offense, gentlemen, and I don't mean this in an offensive way. So if they stop here, then we're going to have this weird subdivision in the middle of nowhere without any accommodations, anything out there. So this master plan that we have in Santa Teresa, if we stop here with phase one, we have an inherited new mess to our master plan, kind of?
Well, I mean, I guess you can, if you want to look at it that way. However, I want to point out that this master plan encompasses a much larger area than just this development. This is the development, or the Alta Mesa development, which the applicant is planning to develop. But this entire area was included in this master plan, and much of this area was projected for uses that are no longer being considered. If you look at the zoning map, these areas next to the development have been zoned industrial, whereas the master plan shows them as residential.
Okay. And this hasn't been updated since 2009?
That's correct.
Okay.
And one of the things that staff is looking at is doing a county-initiated master plan for the Santa Teresa area, now that the county does have planning authority.
So just out of curiosity, how long would something like that take?
For a specialized area like this, I think within a year we could complete it.
So, okay.
Okay, and
So that answers that question. So thank you for that. I'm trying to compile my thoughts on the fly here and it's not working.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I also want to mention that there may be members of the public here to speak either in favor or opposition to this.
Yes, and we'll call up public comment as soon as we're done, and then we'll probably have more questions, so bear with us. But thank you for that. And then, gentlemen, if you can kind of talk to me about why this is the approach you chose to go, and I don't want to say didn't heed our comments, but Plat 1 kind of does not look like heeding of commission comments from the April meeting. But tell me your thoughts.
Thank you, Chairman Sheljo Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro, and the board. This is exactly what was presented, back in day one, a 10-phased development over a 10-year period. I think to answer the first question, there's nothing changed in terms of the quality of life. This first phase has a complete park. It has a 10-foot wide walking trail.
Really quick, Christina, can you go back to the Plat view? Sorry, I just want us to be able to follow along. Can you point, can we zoom on that? I know it's a,
Okay, so basically you can see the open space is the parks. There's also room for an amenity center about the size of 1 acre where they're pointing to there.
What's an amenities center?
So that would be, potentially a swimming pool. We're sort of, that's what's incorporated. We've employed the services of a landscape architect company that's approved in the county and the state.
Okay, so are you putting in a...
Those are designs that are being put forward.
Okay.
The main infrastructure that's going in for phase one is very substantial. It includes the lift station. The lift station will help with of the first 5 phases. So that is one of the first things that gets created and is applied for in this plat. The main commitment is bringing in the main entry of Strauss Road. That's a 5-lane road. It's a substantial street that runs right throughout the development. So you can see the portion of it that's being built with phase one. The second entrance off the Pete Domenici Highway is Boulevard Del Rey. That becomes our secondary access. That's all part of the phase one planning. And then there's also a road that parallels Pete Domenici Highway that separates the commercial aspects, the multifamily with the residential areas, and that's what we're being highlighting there. That is also a feature of phase one. So there's 2 parks. There's a 10-foot walkway that covers all of Boulevard Del Rey, all of Alta Mesa Boulevard, and all of Strauss. So that will meander through there with landscaping in a 15-foot area within the phase one development. The amenities that are approved within the PID are substantial. So there's so many more amenities in this development than other similar projects in the area by far. So we're talking about 25 acres of just pure open space with some meandering walkways and seating and some the ability to get some water. There's a sports field that goes in phase 5. There's multiple pocket parks. We're planning 3 additional amenity centers, that a total of 3 that are not part of the PID because those are swimming pools. They'll be funded by the developer, and that will be featured in latter phases as well.
So, sorry to interrupt really quick. 2 questions. So you said this is similar to other developments that are being done as far as it goes with amenities. So previous developments that you personally have done, is this similar to the amenities that you've put in there?
No, this community has a lot more amenities, and what I'm saying is it has more amenities than other subdivisions in the market, in that area.
Okay.
So, for example, subdivision on the corner of McNutt and Pete Dominici Highway, there's a large multi-phase development going in there. Pretty much largely a couple of parks, and then you've got, you know, stacked lots. So this subdivision features almost 10 miles of walking trails. It features the open space. It's got sports fields, you know, so that youth can practice. It's got dual-use ponding, so the ponds are there for the flood, but we're going to allow access and staircases to get down there so families, kids, sports teams can practice in that dual-use situation where we make them a little larger and shallower so that they're able to be utilized. There are some substantial ponding in this development, which will be fenced and will be very deep. Those were designed as part of the original master plan and are in place, and we're certainly not moving those. Some of them are, you know, 20 feet deep, 25 feet deep. Other amenities that are going in here will be splash pads. There'll, you know, for the people to just keep cool, there'll be shaded gymnasium equipment areas. There'll be a sort of a cross fitness area along the walking trail that ends in some of the open spaces. There'll be dog parks. So this is just the very start with phase one, which is very heavy in infrastructure. And we're just getting the housing started, putting in a couple of parks that you can see there. And then in a combination with phase two that we're going to be in front of you with the designs for phase two, you know, over the next 90 to 120 days.
Okay.
That will then show additional amenities, including one of those large amenity centers. So there's a lot nothing has changed from our application. This is just our intended first phase, which is largely residential.
Yeah.
But it carries the lift station, it carries 3 main collector roads. I mean, when you think of the size of Strauss, it's the same size as McNutt. I mean, it's a major thoroughfare through that development, which will connect all the way down to Highway 9. It's ultimately a 2-mile road.
Okay.
So these amenities are part of the PID the PID makes attractive and is part of the reason why people are attracted to the subdivision, because they're not available in other current options in the area. You're not seeing everything obviously in phase one, but they're committed, and we have to come in front of you for that approval for each additional phase as it goes, and you'll see that unfold.
No, thank you for that. So you're talking about these amenity areas. When do you put those in?
So phase by phase. So, you know.
So this pool that you were talking about, you're going to put that in with
That'll
phase
be
one?
in phase two, that pool will go in. At the moment, it's we're putting in the parks.
Okay.
So.
And then, so a lot of, and Christina, maybe this is more of a question for you. Thank you, Terry, for your answers.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah,
Of course.
I will say that the phase one lots have been fully committed to by builders.
By builders.
And so there's a, you know, there's a passion for this type of development.
Do you know who your initial builders are for phase one?
I can mention that we've got commitments from Desert View, from Carefree Homes, from KT Homes, from French Brothers, along with Edwards Homes, and the final one is Tropicana Homes.
Okay.
We've got a backup also with Bick Homes. There's actually a lot of interest in this area. There's a need for housing in that part of the world.
Okay, and they've committed?
Absolutely. We've got signed letters of intent. Okay. And their big question is, you know, Terry, when can you bring these lots to be available? That's our biggest challenge there.
Okay,
you know,
thank you for that.
With completing that side of it.
Okay, thank you. And then Christina, really quickly, how much, so obviously the P and Z felt the need to put in those three, and sorry, commissioners, jump in at any time, please.
Continue.
I can talk. I wasn't in my groove during the beginning of the meeting because, you know, we've been off for like a month, but now I'm back in my groove and I got this. But, Christina, help me understand better. So they felt that this was not following the master plan for Santa Teresa. They put it in there twice. It's 2 line items. Cool. Can you highlight what their main concerns were, or how this particular plat is not following the master plan and what their red flags were? So that way we as a commission can take those into consideration when we choose to approve or deny this. And when you also talk about that, can you please talk about, and once again, gentlemen, I am sorry, like you are the guinea pigs, what teeth our county has when it comes to implementation of this and how to hold Alta Mesa development to the standards that we put forth. So 2-part, hopefully together.
Okay, so I'll start with the first question, and you know, whether or not the preliminary plat deviates from the master plan, and I don't believe that the P&Z thought that it deviated from the master plan. Rather, they wanted to ensure that future phases would be compliant, that the overall development, if it's built out to completion, would be in compliance, and to ensure that this preliminary plat did not set a precedent for approving any plats that might not be in compliance. You know, I should also mention that when we received this preliminary plat application, it's been quite some time. I think it's been almost 2 years that it's been going back and forth in review. When we received it, we were still under CRUA's authority and using the old Chapter 250, which has a little bit different language regarding master plans. In Chapter 250, there was no the language regarding master plan expiration. And so a plan would be in place and it would not expire. UDC language is a little bit different. It does require that a phased development have an approved master plan. And it does have some language regarding minor changes, but it's not as clear as Chapter 250 in that regard. And so there is a little bit different guidance in the UDC, which we will obviously be looking at and ensuring that any phases of this development are adhering to the regulations in the UDC.
I followed, thank you. Commissioners, any other follow-up questions? Are you all okay? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I just want to reiterate with Terry on phase 1. You said that on phase 1, there's going to be a couple of parks, or that's on phase 1? Okay. Okay, so the 3 main roads, the lift station is phase 1 as well?
Correct, it's all part of the construction application.
Okay. What other amenities are going to be on phase 1 other than the parks? I'm sorry.
For those that didn't hear, that was a yes to the first 2 questions.
Yes.
Yes, and thank you for that question, Commissioner Gamiros. So other features of phase 1 is the start of the walking trail. So the walking trail meanders right throughout the whole subdivision, running to the mesa edge where there's 25 acres of green space, and walks right by the trail. It's a 10-foot wide trail for bikes and walking, and it has 5 feet of green space around that trail for approximately 10 miles throughout the community. In latter phases, of course, we're planning a 32-acre plaza, which will have a community meeting area in the middle of it, you know, with stage for musical performances, and it'll be a place to gather. And around that plaza will be a multi-level, you know, retail area where we could see medical, we could see restaurants, bars, all the typical things that you might see in a sort of a central area. because this is a new area and there's very little development up there outside of the booming industrial, that's what the feedback we got from the Border Industrial Association and Medveda, Mesilla Valley. They're looking for neighborhood. That's what the people are interested in. When we spoke to the people at the airport managers desperately looking for local places where people can live to serve the expanding airport. And those amenities they're looking for is obviously health-wise, and that's why the subdivision is fully compliant with UDC. I don't know how other communities have embraced that, but this has been designed to fully comply. There's street lights throughout the entire community, which is a nice feature. The plaza is going to be a big attractant, and that comes in phase 5 and 6. You're typically looking at about 12 months per phase. We're expecting this to be a 10-phase development. This area, we're expecting to have a huge youth sport movement, and we've been working closely also with the people in Sunland Park who are developing a massive youth sports operation just on McNutt, which as the highway and the connector comes in, that'll give our residents direct access to that. We are very much hoping as part of our conversations that we can connect our trails with the Pete Domenici and run down to Valencia's, run all the way along McNutt and connect to the Rio Grande trails, so that we've got a sort of a real life health sort of scenario for people to sort of communicate with those areas within not just the top of the mesa, if you like. As far as the amenities, there's 11 pocket parks, and those pocket parks will be individually designed for different age groups of kids. Now, only the first 2 start in phase 1. The next phase, for example, is already being structured. It's 300 approximate homes, and that will include a full amenity centre, which will include the swimming pool that's not going to be in phase 1. And as those phases keep growing, that will also open the opportunity for a little bit of commercial and some multifamily. We're hoping to bring in gas stations, restaurants, food operations, all of the things that you expect to start seeing in the neighbourhood. So that's sort of it in a nutshell at this point.
Okay.
But you don't see those in other communities. And that's one of the benefits that the PID does bring, that type of... nobody at P&Z had any questions whether this fit the zoning. There is no, for phase 1. That's exactly what was earmarked in that area. As far as their concerns were, and I think people get slightly confused. I know I did initially when they're talking the master plan. It's not just Village 1, which this 1,170 acres was designed as Village 1, a residential community. And we're finally bringing that community to the area with a lot of support for it. And what's important to understand about that is the master plan that we're talking about is like a 20,000 acre master plan. When you look at it on a piece of paper here, it doesn't look that significant, but it's the enormity of that total area is the master plan they're talking about. We are just complying with the Village 1, and that now has got some slight improvements with UDC. Another example was there was 60 acres that was cut out of that original, which we've been able to acquire that wasn't available, and the original designers weren't able to get that space. That's sort of also been added, so we're really enhancing that development, which was something they intended to do as well. So we've had in-depth conversations with the Gadsden Independent School District. They initially asked us to plan for a couple of elementary schools. The reality is that elementary is not getting the population that they're needing to support the ones they've got, and they've asked us to redesign one larger area right now for this area as a middle school. That's where they're seeing the demand. There's been a lot of changes in the area. There's private schools that could come into the development as well that we're expecting. We've already had conversations with some of those private schools, from early childhood all the way up to K through 12. And then, of course, the requirements for a middle school require a lot more area of acreage. They've got a lot more parks and running tracks and so forth. So we've made an area available, in the subdivision for that. They've asked for it to be in later phases. There's no need for it right now. They have a supply of satisfactory elementary, for that area. Is there anything else I can help?
Yes, the neighborhood streets there in the subdivision, I'm just wondering, are they going to be private?
No, those will be dedicated to the county.
Okay, all right.
So they will have streetlights. As they say, they're 50-foot right-of-way. And then there's going to be quite a few ponds throughout that area as well that ultimately have been designed, and those will also be taken over by the county through the PID.
So as you were saying about the streetlights, those streetlights will be placed there in phase one?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Phase one will have its streetlights. There'll be streetlights on the main collector roads. There'll be, and when we're talking about those will be dedicated to the county as well, and the maintenance of those will be, everything is guaranteed for the first 12 months before they're actually taken over by the county. So that's the way that typically works, and that's what we're planning on, that situation here. JC will be the first to admit that he brought up the situation with regards to a maintenance of the lift station until the subdivision gets its momentum. He's realized through studying what happens in Cruces that that's a cost that they don't want to bear as the development and the housing grows, as those buyers come in, take those homes and connect to the water, pay for their metering and start buying their water. That's the income that Crua needs to sort of support. If he doesn't have that, then he's concerned about that being added to the expense of the greater community. We're in agreement to focus on that. Again, the first 12 months is warranted and there's no maintenance. Typically, you don't see maintenance for the first 3 or 4 years, typically, with these types of things, although you never know. You stand, as a developer, you have to stand ready. And at the end of the day, we'll work through that. That was only brought to my attention yesterday. So, Chairman Shelder Hernandez, I want you to understand this is a typical process. So we've had our approvals for each of the department. Some of them are conditional and some of them are completely unconditional. That's very normal. What we're saying is we have no problem with the Crua conditions. We're working through those. And as far as engineering, they added a couple of conditions. NMDOT has added a couple of conditions, but all 10 permits have been approved. Those 3 have some minor conditions, and Marty can speak more to that if you want to get into that, but nothing unusual about that aspect of it.
I still have so you said on the street lights, they're going to be on the main connector roads?
And inside the
subdivision?
The residential area as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So it won't be dark in there?
No,
Okay,
no, you'll have light.
And then my other question, it's either to the rest of the board members to enlighten me or the city manager. So this is, you have 10 phases that you're going to be doing. And as the phases come up, like right now, phase 1, whether we approve it or deny it. So then when phase 2 comes up, we'll be looking at that as well to approve. So we'll be approving every phase?
That is correct. We come in front of the board at least 20 times with the 10 phases.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. Well, thank you.
no problem. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any other comments before I open it up for public comment, if there's any? Okay. Would anyone like to give public comment? Come on up, public comment, people.
I also need to get some slides up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, they're.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hi, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
I do have some comments related to what's been presented so far.
If you'll
And
just state your
also
name for the board, please.
Christopher Lyons.
Thank you.
First of all, I think Mr. McLaughlin just had mentioned that the approval from the BOCC in 2005 was for the greater area, the 21,000 acres. But it also included the specific plan, the development plan for Village 1, which is the area we're talking about. So that was approved, the development plan for Village 1. Okay, so if you look at the handout I gave you, and that the slides are on the same pictures on your screens.
Hey, Chris, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, sir. Do we need a timer on this item? No? Okay. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Well, going back to the April 23rd BOCC meeting, and I quote, the Alta Mesa, and this was part of the staff's report in April 2023 to the commission. End quote, the Alta Mesa area is part of the Santa Teresa Master Plan that was originally approved in 2005 and amended in 2008 and 2009. The property that is subject of the proposed PID was envisioned for a new urbanist community with a mix of housing options, open space, community facilities, and neighborhood commercial. Due to market conditions at the time, the development stalled until recently. The applicant is proposing to adhere to the Santa Teresa Master Plan. And the Santa Teresa Master Plan is what's on the left side of your screen. The PID general plan indicates that, well, and on, it doesn't matter, but it says the applicant is proposing to adhere to the Santa Teresa Master Plan. So that's the one on the left. The one on the right is the morphed master plan that has no approvals, that has been served up by the applicant. The one on the master plan on the left has never been amended. So I think we're putting the cart before the horse here by saying we'll approve a little piece of this. It doesn't comply with the master plan, but we have a new master plan that has no approval. And if you look at phase 1 of the applicant's master plan, the one on the right, that is the area that you're talking about approving today. Okay, it's, I saw a slide earlier that had different lot numbers, but it's the same thing. They're basically 50-foot lots. There's some that are a little more than that, a couple feet more, but it's a monoculture. It's just a cookie cutter subdivision. And if Mr. McLaughlin had just talked about phase 2, well, phase 2, if you look on that, the right, is the same, pretty much the same as phase 1. It's just houses, single family houses. Just other major changes between the two master plans. Any master planning is a very specific expertise. Takes a lot of it takes a lot of talent to do that. And I don't know if I've ever seen a planner for the Alta Mesa Estates Master Plan. I know there's an engineer, but the difference between an engineer and a planner, master planner, is the difference between a plumber and a wastewater treatment plant designer. They're two different things with different expertise. One is a lot more. So the one on the right, the original master plan, you see this, the green area that's set aside on the right side of that plan? That's a community park for everybody in that area. So if you look at their master plan, it's just houses. So this is all about building community. It's about for all of the residents, and having a major park on the nicest part of that property open for everybody is a very big amenity for the community. When you take that away and just put houses on it for people that can pay more for a lot, it's great for the developer because he gets more money, but it's not good for the residents. The other thing was mentioned earlier about the Gadsden saying they don't need elementary schools. This is for the people that live here, not for people that are going to the existing schools. That's why they have schools throughout the development so kids can walk to the schools. And the schools, they're the ones with the blue circles. They're showing 1, 2, and 3 on the original approved master plan. Those also are aligned with those view corridors and walking trails. I mean, they can, and you'll see it on the last slide, on the last page of the handout. When you see these view corridors, that's a huge amenity for an area. There's none of those in the Alta Mesa Estates master plan. And I don't know how we got from the original approved master plan to the Alta Mesa master plan. It was never amended. And here we are talking about approving a piece of part of that. And if you want to approve amend the master plan that's existing today.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Chris, I think you can forward these slides with the bulb underneath underneath the, I think there's a keyboard there. You can actually move those and show some additional pictures on the screen so everybody can see what you're talking about.
Thank you, Commissioner. These are view corridors.
Just hit enter, it'll go to the next one.
These blue lines are facing the mountains in Las Cruces, okay? When you look from here and you go out, it's the mountains, the Oregon Mountains. The view corridor, this was the original phase 1. The view corridor here was to the Franklin Mountains. So those are amenities that people, that's so basic in planning, in master plan community planning. And so that's the other thing. The Crua sewer plant is up here on the north part of the site. Why would you, this is commercial, so maybe you put industrial uses. Why would you put houses right up against a sewer plant? So it just shows you there's very basic issues that aren't addressed in this plan. And to say that it's the same plan, it's almost like a sheet of music. You have a melody, but if you clip the notes and put them on another song sheet and you rearrange them, it's not the same tune, and it's just noise. And it's maybe the same amount of lots, maybe the same amount of parks, but it's a different tune. And this was done, Alta Mesa was done by a world-class planning firm, EDAW. They did 2 of the most successful projects in Phoenix. I think, we also want to emulate Phoenix because look at what's going on there. They have 30 million square feet of industrial space going up right now. So let's not compare ourselves to what's going on around us because we know we can do better. Let's reach for where we need to be. And Commissioner Chaparro had mentioned about the Taiwanese. Well, the Taiwanese, when they came here, I was with them, they want a place. They don't want 200 lots that are the same size, and you drive in a street that isn't a boulevard. He says it's 5 lanes. But they want an entryway to a place. And so if you go to slide 2, on the left again is Village 1, the Village 1 development plan that was approved by the BOCC. Look at what's a part of that. You have, if you look at the area that's outlined in red here, that's where they were going to start in this master plan. You had a boulevard off of Dominici Highway, and it came to a plaza. That's how you start town centers, typically, historically in New Mexico and throughout the world, really. You start with a plaza. We don't have one here. So you also had a park, and you had all these different types of homes. So in new urbanism, you never have a monoculture. If the same houses, the same design of the houses, in a new urbanist community, you have all different types of houses, and that is interesting visually versus just seeing the same old as you go down a straight street. You have curves also to break up the monotony, what else? So that's another big point here, is that there's a lot of diversity in the master plan that was approved. This is monoculture, same lots. They might be a couple feet different, and there's nothing in the plan that talks about the different types of housing that would break up the monotony and also appeal to a broader range of people. This is phase 1 of what was approved. Again, you see all the different types of housing, and you have a boulevard that's coming in here. This street here that's coming into phase 1 of this project, proposed project, is Strauss Road. And if you saw the slides that Christina showed about that was showed to the P&Z, it's the road that goes to all the industrial parks. It's the road that goes to the Union Pacific Railroad. Why would you put traffic there initially that mixes with all the industrial traffic? That's not a good idea. This is the phase 1 of what the county commission saw way back when, and it's highly landscaped. You can see up here, the boulevard that goes into the phase 1. It's wonderful, right? It's not a 5-lane road off of an industrial intersection. This is what the Taiwanese saw, and of course that gets them very interested. So where are people going to live? Where is talent going to be want to come here because it's a nice place? Talent from Mr. McLaughlin talked about having all the lots sold. That's wonderful. But what we need is a place for different types of people where we can recruit from different parts of the world. And to do that, you need a place. And Subdivision isn't a place. So with all due respect, I think we have to start with the town center so people can see what this can look like. Now, in order to do that, it's very expensive. So you need to do a TID as part of this. And I think the county has talked about wanting to look at that. I haven't heard anything about a TID. So that takes a year to do. But that needs to be done so we can create a place. The other thing is, I think Hunt Communities was brought out at the last meeting on the 23rd of April, and I don't see them here today. I don't know if they're part of the project or not. But to do a master plan community of this scale, you need a very well-capitalized company with a lot of expertise to pull this off. That's going to be there 30 years from now, to make sure it is developed as is. And when they do these master plan communities, you know what it's going to look like day one. We don't know what. We're going to be back here talking about phase 2 and how that doesn't comply to the master plan right down the road. So why even let the horse out of the barn? That's what people are. This is what people want to see. This is the town center. You can see the plaza here. You come in off Domenici here. There's a video that's been made on this. A community center here, and the view corridor to the Franklin Mountains. Lots of different, these are mansions. They're like fourplexes, but looks like big buildings. There's just a mix of uses here. Retail, apartments. This is what they did in EDAW designed in Phoenix, and highly successful. Let's figure out how to do it here. And I guess that's it.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions from Mr. Lyons while he's up here? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment this morning? If we can have public comment at this time.
Is there any chance I can just answer?
If we have any follow-up questions, we'll get with you, but right now we're going to do public comment. So whoever wants to give public comment, come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Joe De La Rosa. I'm a advisor at both the State Department of Transportation, the Economic Development Department, and I'm also happy to serve as the chairman of the New Mexico Border Authority. So I did want to just I think, express some concerns about the development. In particular, I think some of the points have already been made, but there is a Santa Teresa strategic infrastructure master plan that the state is leading. I know there was a comment earlier about maybe the community pursuing, or the county community development department pursuing plans for a master plan. We recognize that because the plan that was approved back circa 2005 has changed, I think as Mr. McLaughlin kind of mentioned, and there's some different land use. And as different industrial has kind of come in, we've recognized, and we're continuing to recognize problems with the water and wastewater infrastructure. So I believe Mr. Crosby was here, and we had a meeting recently, and we're told that the well that is functioning down at the border is at about half capacity, and we've had construction water cease completely for a total of over 6 weeks last year, and they're coming together with a contingency plan to try to move water from this area near the jet port to try and force it down to the border in the event that that well, caves completely. So here we are talking about, building, hundreds of homes and getting letters saying that there's plenty of water, when meanwhile not only the border industrial place, but the actual port of entry itself. CBP may have to close the port if there's no water, because you can't operate without toilets that flush and without, being able to wash your hands and do those basic things at the Santa Teresa POE. And so we've stepped in and we're developing an assessment. The draft is available for review, and I'm happy to circulate that to anyone who's interested. But it basically takes into account the full development. And, and when we talk about the full development, that's the other concern, right? So 350 homes or 200, whatever it is in the first phase, there's no guarantee that there are future phases. And so across the border in El Paso, you have Campo del Sol, and I encourage you all to visit there and maybe even at least look at it online. That's a master planned community that has a lazy river amenity concept that was the first thing that was built. And so there's clubhouse and community space and a lazy river and pools and parks, and all of that is built up front, and then the homes kind of come in second. And so, we're doing that the opposite here. We're going to build homes and hope that maybe somewhere down the road we get the amenities. The Taiwanese were mentioned, I think, multiple times, and those are the conversations we've had, not just with that business community, but with a lot of the folks that have come to this area and toured it. And they're like, where is the place? What is Santa Teresa? And it's not a housing shortage. I mean, we definitely want more housing, but I think there were mentioned, there's major development happening in Sunland Park and at the intersection of McNutt and 136, and a lot of those homes are kind of coming in, but what is not under construction is that place, that community that they're looking for. And we're talking about a community that has a school you can walk to and bike to, that those trails connect to. We're talking about having a community with landscaping. So I read in the packet that landscaping is not included here. So there's a general guideline, I think, on landscaping, but you're basically putting houses on dirt lots and then hoping that people on their own build kind of landscaping to create, that. And then I'd also say, our kids deserve better than to have drainage ditches that are also doubling as park space when they're not full of mud or weeds or debris. There's a big landfill near here, and trash is blowing out of that landfill constantly. I know there was a picture shown of, like trash up on the fence line there. The maintenance of that, right? There's not an HOA here that I believe is part of it. And so there's going to be, more houses, more folks generating trash and so on. And there's a strain on county resources. If after the first 10 houses are built, there are no more houses for whatever reason, you also end up with a half, finished subdivision that I think would not be good for attracting future business. And so we're not opposed to Alta Mesa. I think what we'd like to do is, have the conversations about how we can partner to make sure that the correct infrastructure goes in. I think a point was made about a TID accompanying the PID. That's something that the state hopes to pursue in the next legislative session. We weren't able to do it this time around, but if you added up the numbers from the IRBs that you just kind of approved, that's over $500 million worth of solar projects that are going into this part of the county. Not to say the other projects we're working on that are even bigger than that, that hopefully will be around the corner, are going to generate that revenue. We should capture that in a TID, and that could be used to help support something like Alta Mesa to come in on the front end, and before a single house is put in, have the lift station with the paved road to it, have the other community amenities in the front end, and start planning for that school, that whether or not it's needed because you can bus those kids 5 miles, there are some different advantages to having a community school, whether it's a charter school or otherwise. Having a school in that community is pivotal, I think, particularly when we are marketing to other businesses. The Taiwanese folks went on to Mesa del Sol in Albuquerque, which again is a model in the state. It's where Netflix is headquartered. It's where we've announced a multi-billion-dollar solar manufacturing plant. And that community had all of the amenities put in before the first house broke ground. So with that, those are the general comments of what we'd like to see in terms of partnering with the Alta Mesa development from the state perspective. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I have a question for Mr. De La Rosa.
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt? I don't believe any of these people have been sworn, and I think you should probably cure that before we go any further. As to the comments they've made and any comments that they will make, I believe it's Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. De La Rosa, Ms. Ainsworth, Mr. Lyons, and the gentleman in the blue shirt. I didn't catch his name.
Are we required to swear people in for a preliminary plat approval? Because it's not technically a hearing.
It is.
Pardon?
This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and these people need to be sworn.
I think it's a little late.
It is not too late.
Point of
and
order,
Better
Mr. Chair.
late than never.
Okay, so we do have to swear people in?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not going to be sworn in.
Well, I still have a question for you, Mr. De La Rosa.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Fred.
This is a quasi judicial matter, and these people are giving testimony, and it should be sworn.
Okay. I was under different thought process as well. I will ask that everyone that has given public comment and or testimony today, if you'll please raise your right hand. Okay, do you promise to tell the whole truth?
Yes, we do.
Yes, thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
I have a legal question, and Mr. Kennan, I had a question for Mr. De La Rosa, who states he represents or is a representative, or I don't know what his title is, for the Department of Transportation, the Department of Economic Development, and is the chair of the New Mexico Border Authority and refuses to be sworn at this time. And I have questions for the representative for the Department of Transportation, the Department of Economic Development, and the chair of the New Mexico Border Authority. How are we to proceed if a person refuses to take an oath to rely, or for us to question and to rely on those responses if there is a refusal to take an oath?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, Mr. De La Rosa's comments right now would be seen as not competent evidence because he is refusing to swear to the truth of any comments that he's made. And it seems to me that as long as that is the case, there is not much point in including him in the proceeding.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kennan.
I'll take a note for future comments. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that I was going to have to redo my comments after taking the oath. So I will take
Okay,
it. Yeah.
And I would
can you raise
also,
your right hand, please? Do you promise to tell the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we're good.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you said future comments. Just for clarification, does that mean that he is not swearing to the truth of any comments that he just made?
That is what it sounds like. We will just strike his comments from the record, and he
Fine with
is
that.
free to make any new comments now that he is under oath. Something that I would like to point out, though, is we've been having this discussion for over an hour, and we have not had this discussion until over an hour worth of public comment, which is insanity to me. So I apologize to everyone in this room and everyone joining us online that we're just now having to deal with this drama now. But thank you for swearing in. Thank you, everyone, for joining. That is my mistake. I did not think this was a hearing. I thought this was a preliminary plat approval. Next time we will swear in for all hearings and ordinances, since that is what the direction is. I would just ask that we do this on the front end, not an hour later, as this is an embarrassment. But moving on, now that you are sworn in, if you would like to make any new comments, you may, or Commissioner Chapato, Vice Chair Chapato, I apologize, can ask her questions.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De La Rosa, for taking the oath. I really appreciate it. Just based on the comments you've made, and we're going to have to strike those from the record, obviously, but I do have a comment and perhaps a question, because I know that you're involved, I don't know to what extent, speaking with the Taiwanese or any, as chair of the New Mexico Border Authority, you're aware of all the businesses that are coming in and whatever they're requesting, because, I'm not sure what they're requesting. But I think in the future, in order to facilitate any movement by this board or the community development or even Sunland Park, because we have to partner with them and they lie directly in Commissioner Gamero's district, don't you think it would be prudent to include this board, include community development with your meetings with any businesses that are coming to the border? Because then we're at a situation, as you pointed out, that we're not aware of what the Border Authority is doing, and you're square in Doña County. And so to me, I think it would be very wise and prudent to include this commission with meetings, discussions, plans, industrial movement in this county, because we're at a loss at times as to if you're representing the state, what the state is proposing for this area. But I think it's most important to really think about what the county is proposing for this area in partnership with the state and the agencies you're representing. So in the future, I would love to be involved in those meetings so that we can respond to our constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Chaparro, thank you. Those comments are very well made and well taken. I can say that the strategic plan, for example, that we've undertaken includes different subcommittees, and your community development folks, the assistant county manager and staff are involved in that process. I think we struggle as a state agency in many of these projects and how you include the elected officials at the proper point, and how, for example, 5 commissioners could be included in some of these discussions without creating an Open Meetings Act issue, and also without kind of taking a deal that's maybe a little bit still in the incubation period and making it kind of, I think, more widely public than some of the partners would like to make. So I know Mavida also has a similar issue in that they come before the commission oftentimes and they've signed NDAs and maybe don't have all of the information. But what I can say is that particularly when it's in a commissioner's district, so I know Commissioner Gametos, who's new, was down in Sunland Park with the Taiwanese delegation this weekend. And so we definitely, I think, can do better there. And I will say, on the record for, clarification on my comments, I have a prepared thing that I'd be happy to also read into the record under oath. I was kind of speaking generally, I think, before, and that was my concern, is that had I known I was being sworn in, I would have stuck to the exact script to make sure that I was a little more specific in what I was swearing, and kind of going beyond opinion, I think, and more into some of the technical stuff. So I just want to add that and state that clearly for the record. I don't, believe that anything I said was untrue, but some of it was more, I think, opinion-based in my previous comments than would have been the case had I drawn up my written remarks. So, thank you.
Thank you for the response, Mr. De La Rosa. I appreciate it, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, commissioners, do you have any other questions or comments for anyone?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Going back to when we originally discussed this PID, I think one of the discussions that I had, the discussion points that I had brought up was specifically, I think, very similar to the last 2 comments that we've heard, which was around us not just bringing forward the PID, but also considering waiting on the PID while we had it with TID, because of the fact that you were going to need commercial growing with residential. And I think there is some legitimacy here because of, where, at least when we're considering this, all that's being here is commercial, is residential homes. But at some point, especially being, as we know, as you get out into the Mesa area, there needs to be more commercial development there. And how do you spur that? Because if you look at many of these subdivisions that have continued to be built, whether that's in El Paso, across the desert Southwest, or even Albuquerque, Phoenix, Tucson, it's a mix of it's a multi-use locations with commercial, with even where I've seen where you've had some of the public infrastructure built into that. And so I think that was my concern when I voted no on the PID, was that we were neglecting looking at the TID because we were in such a hurry to push this PID. And so I feel like this is where we're at. And this is the first thing we're doing, is looking at this facility and the first plan, this first phase that has very little in terms of infrastructure to the local community, very little for commercial, actually 0 for commercial. And so I'm concerned. I'm concerned with moving forward. I know this is just a preliminary plat, but I just have a lot of concerns that I had brought up even at that point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
If there are no other comments about this from the public, we do have the option to go into closed session to discuss this if it's a quasi-judicial meeting.
Correct. Would you like to make a motion, sir?
First, I'll make sure there's no other comments. If not, there are no other comments, then I would like to make a motion that we go into closed session to discuss this.
I have a comment. If I may, Mr. Chair, before
So
Commissioner
there is a
Reynolds.
motion, so we would need a second, or we would need him to withdraw his motion.
I'm ready to go in. I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go into closed session. April, if you can roll call us on going into closed session, please.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Was there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
There should have been
I had a question for the engineer from CRUA before we go into the closed session, because I don't want to go into the closed session without having my question answered.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Please clarify what.
I got it. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, thank you for that, but we do have discussion on the motion if you want to make it. If not,
Well, the discussion was, and my question was going to be, there was
Okay.
something said about port of entry water, and that was going to be my question, but
Okay.
that was my discussion.
thank you. And your vote?
Yes.
Okay.
And Chair Shaw Hernandez.
Yes, we're in closed session. We'll be back. Okay, can we get a roll call vote on bringing us back from closed session, please, April?
Commissioner Gameros?
Present.
Sorry, just point of order, Mr. Chair. We don't need a vote to come back from closed session. We just say we're back in open session, and nothing that was discussed in closed session
that's
was
true.
different than what we went into closed session for.
Go ahead and kick it off. It's 2:14 and we're back from closed session. Anything that was discussed, nothing was discussed in closed session other than the item that brought us into closed session. And we're back. Okay, commissioners, any follow-up conversations, comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none. I do have a motion in front of me. I make a motion that we apologize. We approve the preliminary plat with these two conditions. The two conditions are, number one, agency comments shall be addressed before final plat approval. And number two, that a master plan amendment be submitted by the developer prior to any future phases in conformance with the UDC. So following our new UDC for any future plat approvals using the master plan amendment.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any discussion on the motion at hand? Seeing none. April, if you can roll call the commission, please.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
And Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion approves. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. We do have any commission follow-up at this time. Does any commissioner have any follow-up comments that they would like to make? Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. Any other comments, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move into correspondence. April?
I have the estate of Ismael Misquez versus Doña County. Jesus Ortiz versus Doña County. Jesus Paquera, Adrian Rodriguez, Socorro Ramirez, Maria Elena Lucero, Maria Saldana, Socorro Romero, Maria Sanchez, and Lorenzo Viescas versus Doña County. Then I have Gabriel Montoya versus Doña County and Robert R. Carrasco versus Doña County.
Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, the commission may convene in closed session. Again, yes. I make a motion that we convene in closed session pursuant to attorney-client privilege to discuss pending or threatened litigation in the matters of Provisional Government of Santa Teresa, ETAL versus the City of Sunland Park, cause number D307CV 2016-02087, and Stephen J. Breen versus Doña County Assessor Eugenia Ortega Montoya, case number D307-CV-2024-00076, as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 10151H7 NMSA 1978.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, a point of order for correction. You said case, it's cause, phrase.
Oh, cause number. I apologize.
It's okay.
Okay, April.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
and Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, we are in closed session. Okay, the time is now 3:04 and we're back from closed session, and I just want to make sure that the record states that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the motion that took us into closed session. With that being said, the time is now 3:04 again, and the commission, we adjourn the meeting as the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.